Yeah. We won't bow down. Yeah. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feed will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise till the whole thing can't disguise. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down,
What it do, guys? It's your boy, the Juice. And as you all know, my name is Troy Bradshaw, but I go by the Juice. Big welcomes. Those of y'all tuning in. Good to see you guys. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Look, I just wanted to get on tonight to really just have an open discussion about the three cases that we've been covering. And of course, we'll obviously take the time to just kind of recap everything here as well. Maybe if we have time. I mean, I started a little earlier than I usually do, or as I have been, at least when I'm streaming from home. So maybe we'll have a little bit of time to open up the phone lines here. Man, there's been some rumors going around. There's some interesting details that were shared online from the brother of who was arrested. As you guys saw, we were outside of an apartment complex just yesterday pertaining to the Alex Barnett situation. And as you guys know, Alex took the life of a TPD recruit, becoming an officer for Tucson Police Department, along with a gentleman that he went in with by the name of Santiago Rogers. And as far as we know, those are the two suspects. It's got a bit confusing from the beginning because originally we were told there were three suspects and then there were two. and then all of a sudden it was back to 3. I don't even know where we're at now. I did ask the PIO yesterday if there was a third, or the third was still at large. He said no, whatever that means. So according to them, I mean, they have all of the suspects that are responsible for what happened to Carlos Ramirez are all in custody, as far as we know. I know that Alex Barnett is not only now in custody, but he did go before a judge just earlier yesterday, I think, or this morning. And he has no bond, which is a good thing. And I try to remember the court date. I don't remember the court date. I think somebody said it was set for September, chat? I have no idea. I'm not prepared tonight. I did not even look up that information. But he has been arrested. So after 3 hours of SWAT and standoff at the Tucson apartment complex near East Broadway Boulevard and Camino Seco, he is now in custody and held without bond, and he's facing first-degree murder, and also armed robbery for so he's facing armed robbery and aggravated assault charges. Okay, so that's what he's facing at this time. We don't know that anything is going to change moving forward, but we'll see. I mean, things have a tendency to end up changing in time. We'll see if this guy talks. That's what I'm more interested in. I want to see if this guy's going to talk and see if we're going to, unbottle some more information that we don't know about. Maybe when it comes to what's going on in the Pima County Jail. Remember, the brother had spoke out, the sister had spoke out, and she had stated that, first of all, the first time the brother spoke out to JLR, and the brother said that not only is the Pima County Sheriff Department corrupted, but he technically isn't responsible. He says he really wasn't responsible for what happened, that they are pretty much trying to cover this up, is what he said. Now, the sister had walked up to 857. She spoke to him. And you know what? I'll just pull it up for you guys. I'll pull it up for you guys so you guys can hear it. I'm pretty sure a lot of people saw this on X. I will let you guys hear it for yourself. Mark the Shark was the one who posted it. And I wanted to address this as well because there's been a lot of spread information and rumors out there that are not really true pertaining to this case. And one of those things was the fact that people were saying Alex Barnett and the fiance of Carlos Ramirez are brother and sister. Just want to clear the air that is not true. That is not true at all. Be careful where you get your information. On Facebook, there is so much fake information that's being put out there. Man, this guy looked totally different from when I saw this guy in the blue alert, I have to admit, pertaining to Alex Barnett. I mean, with the blue alert, I mean, the photo that he, from the mugshot, all that stuff. He looks totally different. I thought he was like a kind of chubby guy, but I guess he's not. He's actually a skinny guy. So I don't know. All I do know is the sister of this gentleman here came up and she made a comment, and this is what she said here.
Good chat.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm the sister.
Oh my gosh.
Let me tell you.
Yeah. Good chat.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm the sister.
Oh my gosh.
Let me tell you. He
Yeah.
was fucking that CO, the female one.
Really?
The baby's probably his. So before all this shit.
Oh, that's what I
done-
heard.
Yeah, that is. And she was bringing in hella drugs to the prisons and all to the jails and shit. And her little dude, he was pushing hella fucking pills too.
Really?
So
So this needs to be uncovered because it obviously.
you think he would just go in and hurt?
Yeah, they finally got him out apparently.
No,
The
because
whole
everything.
reason he relapsed was because she was bringing the shit in to begin with.
Really?
Yes, really.
Have you told this to?
No.
Or you just getting it out now though?
Yep.
Because I heard that.
I didn't want to put it out if it was gonna harm him.
Yeah.
So I waited till everything was done.
Yep. Can you reach out to me on social media if you feel comfortable, and even if you just
I didn't want to put it out because it was going to harm him. Let's go back and let's address these things here that she's stating, and she came up and told 2857 just yesterday. Let's analyze this a little bit. Let's just talk about this real quick. Let me play that again for you guys.
Hi,
Hey, how you doing?
I'm the sister.
Oh my gosh.
Let me tell you, he
Yeah.
was fucking that CO, the female one.
Really?
The baby's probably his.
Go ahead. Listen.
Hi,
Hey, how you doing?
I'm the sister.
Oh my gosh.
Let me tell you, he
Yeah.
was fucking that CO, the female one.
Really?
The baby's probably his. So before all this shit
Well,
gets
that's what
done,
So I'm gonna stop it right there. The baby is probably his. So that to me sounds like there's some doubt. I'm not sure. It almost sounds like she heard this from somebody and she's going and just telling him. Let's continue.
heard.
yeah, that is. And she was bringing in hella drugs to the prisons and all to the jails.
She was bringing in hella drugs to this to Pima County, referring to who? She says that CO. She doesn't state anybody's name. How does she not know her name? I don't know. Usually, to me personally, if you would refer to somebody, especially if this situation is national and we know pretty much everybody's name, it's been public. Everything's been pretty much publicized and put out there. It's been put out there for the public. So her referring to the CO, maybe she just wanted to cover her own butt by not stating her name. I have no idea. Chat, I don't know about you, but I don't know if I'm buying this. But let's continue.
Shit. And her little dude, he was pushing hella fucking pills too.
Really?
So
So this needs to be uncovered because it obviously
you think he would just go in and hurt?
Yeah, they finally got about it, apparently.
no, because
whole
every
reason-
So you think he would go in and hurt these people for no reason? So her statement, her family's statement does not meet with the sheriff department's statement. Sheriff Nanos that came out today, from what we know, and he said that this was a robbery that wasn't they intended to hit the wrong house, so they went to the wrong house supposedly. And really in reality, here we go again. The sheriff department needs to get their crap together, because remember in the beginning, it was not only did they not get the amount of suspects right, but they said it was a home invasion. You remember? They said it was a home invasion. Then he said it was a straight up robbery. Remember in Sheriff Nanos' last interview that he did, he said it was a straight up robbery. Now all of a sudden it's a robbery that went bad. Or I'm sorry, it's a robbery that not only went bad, but it's a robbery that it resulted in them going to the wrong house. Which one is it? I'm confused. Which one is it? Let me continue playing the rest of this here.
He relapsed was because she was bringing the shit in to begin with.
really.
Yes, really.
Have you told this to?
No.
Or you just getting it out now though?
Yep.
Because I heard that.
I didn't want to put it out if it was gonna harm him,
Yeah.
so I waited till everything was done.
I didn't want to put it out unless it was going to harm him. Alex Barnett was on the run until yesterday for murder. He had a murder warrant out for his arrest. But she didn't want to put it out because she didn't want it to harm him. In what way? And my point is, how is that going to help him in defense by sharing those details? What is that supposed to do? So basically to me is by sharing that says, okay, it's your fault that he went in there and he smoked somebody, he killed somebody, because they were giving him drugs through the Pima County jail. So that's an excuse to go kill somebody. I don't get that. What's the point? What is the point? I don't get that. I don't know why that bothers me, but I don't understand the point of even sharing that. For one, you can't even prove what you're saying. The baby is probably. You don't even know if the baby is his? Who's telling you this? Where is she getting her information? I don't know. I just thought it was a little bit weird for that to just come about. But the brother had pretty much said that to JLR. You know, I don't know, chat. I don't know, but that is just to me, it's kind of crazy because no filter, no nothing for the girl that lost her fiance. There's no, where's the empathy here? No empathy at all? No, I'm just going to go over here and make this her life more miserable right now. What? I'm going to try to put her at risk of what? Losing her job, her kids. What? I don't get it. What's the point? I don't get it. So let me finish playing the rest of this here.
Can you reach out to me on social media if you feel comfortable, and even if you just...
So that was it right there. I think 857 had just exchanged information with her or whatever like that. And I wasn't going to talk to her at first, because I was already scoping out who the family was and stuff. Criminal Network was looking at him or her. She had her dude there and everything, and we all saw them. Originally they had, came up to 857 and Criminal Network, and it didn't seem like it was going to go very well. But then they shook hands at the end, so it all ended up good. But I don't know, man. I don't like that at all. I don't get it. I don't know if that's true. I think she needs to get to the bottom of what she's even telling people before she just puts stuff out there like that. Because I'm not somebody, unless you could present the facts, I'm not going to just take your word for it and run with it. We always have questioned there's been corruption within the Pima County. We know that there's we know there's corruption amongst the Pima County, period. From the police department to the Pima County jail, surrounding the entire Pima County department, period. We know that. But pertaining to these specific people, we don't know that. We don't know that. And I just don't know what that's going to do for her defense at all. I really don't. It's just not making any sense to me. Big welcomes, those of you guys chiming in, by the way, guys. I know I didn't get a chance to say hello to those of you guys in the chat. Big welcomes, V, Miss Olivia, Greedy, welcome, by the way. Stana, welcome. Gab, welcome. We're going to kind of just be everywhere tonight, guys. We're just going to talk about everything, have open discussions here. Hey, Angie, good seeing you, by the way. Much love, much love. Yeah, I try to keep it nice and respectful, guys. Always. Tanya, big welcomes here. Ooh, is it Horo? I don't know if I said that correctly, but welcome to you. Good to see all you guys chiming in. Pretty Kooky, Kathleen, welcome all, guys. So let me see if I can pull this up here. I think Criminal Network's got some interesting things going on over there. So real quick, we were talking about corruption real quick. I wanted to show you guys this real quick. Somebody sent me this just a second ago, so I'm going to pull this up for you guys from Facebook. This is from Shane. He said, like they've been saying, like he spoke to JLR and said that the Pima County Sheriff Department is corrupted. I want to share with you guys what he said on his Facebook. So let me just pull this up real quick, chat. Hold on. I gotta type in his name real quick. Let's pull this bad boy up for y'all. Shane. And all right. So he posted on his Facebook that, and I'll make sure I show you guys this here. So Shane posted on his Facebook that it's awful, crazy how the sheriff here in Pima County will say anything in the world to not disgrace his department or not stop protecting his own. Pretty crazy. That is the sheriff that we keep that covers up the truth. That way the department doesn't look bad. The problem is that they look bad every day for the shit that they do and deny every bit of it. He's not wrong. He's not wrong about that. But that doesn't take away from the fact that his brother killed somebody. It doesn't, what? I don't understand. It still doesn't take away from the fact that his brother is responsible for murdering somebody who apparently, for all we know, didn't take anything away from him not to deserve to die. That's for sure. So I don't know what he's quite upset about that's taken away from the situation itself. Like, I don't understand that. And I'm gonna read it again. It's awfully crazy how our sheriff here in Pima County will say anything in the world to not disgrace his department or not to stop protecting his own. And it's talking about Sheriff Nanos, because obviously he's pertaining to one person in this comment here. Pretty crazy that this is the sheriff that we keep that covers up the truth. That way the department doesn't look bad. The problem here is that they look bad every day for the shit that they do and deny every bit of it. Chat, please help me. Tell me what the heck he's talking about. Please help me. Tell me what he's talking about. Is this definitive? Is that the point of that? Or what did they do to him that's making him upset about what's taking place here? Is it the fact that he's trying to say that this department is corrupted? I mean, we know that, but does that really necessarily have anything to do with what happened here in this situation? Does that really determine the outcome of this situation? I'm trying to figure out what that meant that I'm missing here. Let me pull that chat back up here. Maybe talking about his experience, jail, doesn't make sense. I just don't get it. I mean, at the end of the day, what happened was justice is what we saw yesterday. We get it. There's a lot of things going on with the Pima County Sheriff Department. There's a lot of things mishandled. There's a lot of things that we don't see behind the scenes that need to be addressed. Sheriff Nanos, we could all agree that he does no longer deserve to be in office whatsoever. But I mean, at least they got his brother off the streets, and people can change, but that doesn't mean that it didn't, he didn't get what he deserved for what he did. I think that was Fat Redao who made the song. Did you see the comment that he posted on Facebook today? Yeah, we're reading it now, I think, if that's what you're talking about, UCLA Jid. Dragon Lady, big welcomes. Good to see you. Running Riot says, reread it again. You read it twice. You want to read it again? His brother killing a man has nothing to do with what he's trying to say. I mean, if you guys disagree, please respectfully tell me why you disagree with that. I just don't get the point. My God, is it the Millie Grace? Big welcomes to Millie Grace, by the way. Hey, what's up, Angie? Tell Dad I said hello, by the way. I appreciate that. So we're gonna get a little bit get over to Nolan Wells. There's not too much craziness going on, update wise, for the Carlos Ramirez case. Regarding to, any individual that may be responsible for what happened to him. As you guys know, we were out there yesterday. They spent roughly about 3 hours trying to get Barnett to surrender. He was armed during the standoff and surrendered peacefully, which raises question to me as to why they weren't able to answer our question when we asked the PIO whether or not the firearm was found in there or not. He stated that it was part of the investigation, that he wasn't able to tell us that, but it clearly states online when you do the research that he was armed during the standoff but surrendered peacefully. And that's what I wanted, because I thought originally this guy was going to go out shooting or suicide. I just didn't really see it going in the direction that it did. So I'm happy the outcome was really good, actually, and he did the right thing, and then accountability and just manning up. I mean, you did what you did, and you got to man up about it. So as far as the charges, like I've mentioned, he's charged with the first degree murder for killing the TPD recruit Carlos Ramirez. For armed robbery, aggravated assault. The judge had ordered him held without bond hearing, and I believe that next hearing that he's going to have is August 31st for the bond hearing, and then for the preliminary hearing, that's going to be September 1st. And then as far as the other suspect, Santiago George Roger, he was arrested the 22nd at that Tucson hotel. And remember, we had that third suspect, which was, he was located, but we never heard whether or not if he was actually arrested. And then they also never said his name. I don't understand that. I don't know what the situation is about that. Obviously, they're playing some type of game here for some reason. They've got some tactic going on that they're doing. There's a reason why they're not releasing this guy's name. And I just personally, I don't get it. But we know for a fact that there's a reason. And that's Santiago Rogers that you see on the screen there. So as far as the case evidence goes, there's phone records placed. There's a phone record placed Barnett near Ramirez's home before the shooting. So there's phone records that have placed him there. And then they got the surveillance video that shows the suspect vehicle near the home around. And then, there's been a lot of questions that, or rumors rather, if the Nancy Guthrie crossover rumors, have anything to do with, this case as far as social media. That we've compared Barnett to the porch guy. People on social media have. Law enforcement has not confirmed any connection between Barnett and the Guthrie case. And Barnett is no longer on the run. He was arrested after SWAT standoff, so it's all wrapped up. We'll see how things go moving forward. He is now in custody, folks. And the third suspect, again, has not been identified. So I'm a bit confused, as my thing is tonight is there a third? Is there a third or not? And I think that could be also what he's talking about in this Facebook message is maybe that's one thing he's talking about, is the fact that they need to get their stuff together, because we have been misled just a bit in this situation here. Pertaining to the fact that if there was 2 or 3 suspects, and whether or not this was a home invasion or a robbery gone bad. I can't call it. I can't call it at this point. But in that regard, yeah. Pertaining to what he said on his Facebook post just 3 hours ago, I agree. They need to get their shit together. And let's read the comments real quick. Somebody commented by the name of Gina. She says, I agree. He covers up everything that happens in the jail. I've seen it for years. Someone also commented and said, Shane, the corruption that's being covered up is only going to end up hurting Pima residents. It's time. He needs to go. He won't resign. They won't fire him. The recall position didn't get enough signatures. The Gov and AG are questionable, as is Mark Kelly. It's time to call Kash Patel, the DOJ, and start these investigations. You could be a hero. I like the comment. But somebody also comments and they added, tell us the truth, Shane. Tracy, somebody by the name of Tracy says she says, perfect example. Nancy Guthrie case, Pima County residents should have signed the petition to have him removed. I agree. I couldn't agree with that comment more. And the fact that, first of all, Tucson people don't seem to, not even, just not care, but they don't really seem to know. You saw JLR walking around downtown, and people were sitting there asking JLR, like, who is that? They didn't even know who Nancy was. Some of these people did not even know, but some did. And that could be a good reason why people did not sign those petitions, because they had no idea. But I could also fault Savannah for that a little bit too, because, she could have helped the city, put her name out there by maybe putting up billboards, by maybe paying for, people to be able to put up missing flyers. Those are illegal. You can't put them up as signs and stuff. I mean, you can ask people to put them up at their stores, but you can't just throw up signs anywhere. Ryan Sue says a drug robbery gone wrong, ? I mean, I don't know. That's what the statement was from Kagan. So I believe Kagan had put out a statement today, and I took to my ex and I posted that statement that they made pertaining to Sheriff Nanos. So Kagan 9 reported that home invaders attacked the house of Tucson police recruit Carlos Ramirez because they mistakenly thought that they'd find money and drugs to steal. That's what Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos thinks that motivated this attack. I don't know, Jack. So next week, are they going to come out? I'm not even going to be surprised if next week they come out and say, nope, never mind. It wasn't that. This was actually a home invasion. We got it wrong. It was actually just it was actually targeted. They did get the right house. Because listen, the sheriff are saying that this was a house where they thought that they could find money and drugs, as in they hit the wrong house. Then you got the family of Alex Barnett saying, no, they knew this person. That's his baby. There's corruption going on. The dude his life was taken, Ramirez, was apparently selling or smuggling drugs inside the jail. What? I don't even understand how that's supposed to help. I don't understand how that's supposed to help at all. How about, I'm sorry my brother did this. I can't believe he did this. I'm so disappointed in him. He should be held responsible for what he did. That's still not a good enough excuse to excuse what took place. Drugs should never be, something that results in, somebody's life being taken, but unfortunately, it happens all the time. I don't think, I don't think this situation, revolves around that. And in fact, I've been talking to the victim's sister, and she's came out many times. You guys saw it in the chat, and she made it clear that they're very good people and they would never smuggle or sell any drugs. And I believe her. We've communicated, and that's one of the things that, she's been firm about. They don't do that. They wouldn't do something like that. They lived a very private life. They're not like that. So I encourage people not to throw things out there that you don't know are a fact until otherwise. And by the way, yes, it was really her. Some people in the chat were trying to say, hey, it's not really her. It's just a troll. No, it really is. It really is. But anything is, and I'm not saying I'm looking past anything. Anything's possible. However, and we're all entitled to what we believe in this situation, of course. I just think that there's a way to present your story. And most certainly to me, it's not a good way to go about it by just not starting off by maybe even apologizing. And it's not, the siblings aren't responsible for this. But I mean, at least act like you understand the situation and somebody's at loss here. It's not just the person that was gonna, get married to Carlos Ramirez that's taking a loss here. There's many other people who are taking a loss from this situation. Hey, much love. Is it Tracy? Tracy Trace? I hope I said that right. So listen, there's been some rumors going around, and I'm not gonna insert myself into the drama. About a gentleman by the name of, I don't know what the name is, guys. I can't remember. I think it's Folgers or something like that. I was supposed to get on the phone with him tonight. I don't know what happened. I know Alex had made a comment about it. I was trying to get him on the line here so he could speak his piece, share his thoughts on, what he's, whatever's going on. I really don't know what's going on. I'm not really going to dive into all the details because I don't know for sure. That's why I was trying to get him on the line. He said originally he was going to call, but I think he said he's got work in the morning and he's just got real tired. So I was hoping we could get him on the line tonight so he could share his part of the story, and prove what's not true. But he said maybe tomorrow, we could get on the phone together. I have no idea. Usually he has no problem getting on the phone, so I'm assuming tomorrow, he'll probably jump on the phone here, or we could just talk off stream. I don't know what's going on with that at all. I just jumped on watching Alex, and then I heard something, but it wasn't really like specifically said, so I'm not too sure. And then Voices of the Missing got on, and then they said something. I don't know. I don't know what the heck's going on, chat. I really don't. Olivia says, yes, the lady that survived has a sister that was on here last night. Yes, indeed. Good morning, Sylvia. So apparently, here, let me switch this up. Let me go over to
walking through the store like
Alex real quick.
Whether they're killing time or not, but
yeah,
I like the comparison of the porch guy that they're showing. I don't know what that is though. It doesn't look like the porch guy really. Kind of does, but not really. I don't know. I think somebody had came in Alex's chat a second ago and they were asking what really happened to Nancy, and I think everybody got quiet, so it was a little bit of tension over there. That was kind of weird. I have no idea, chat. I don't know what the heck's going on over there. But I like the photo that he's showing up there of the porch guy right now. Go check out Alex Criminal Network, guys. He's talking about the same thing we're talking about tonight with the two gentlemen that were responsible for TPD, the TPD recruit officer. And let me just show you guys real quick here the photo that he was showing. But it's not a comparison of porch guy. I like the way they put it into a sketch, sort of, but it's not. I wish they would have put him next to the actual porch guy. That would have been awesome. Go check out Criminal Network. He is live right now, doing his thing as usual, killing him softly. But anywho, that's that, folks. I should call him real quick for a second and see what the heck's going on, but I'll ask him another day. What about robbery for drugs? What do you mean? Kathy said if it's not a comparison, then what is it? Good question. That's not porch guy, though. I think they just put up a sketch of him. So they put the real picture next to an actual sketch. I don't know. Does Sleuth have some comparisons? I think I might have saw him yesterday. We already compared them yesterday, though, guys. It doesn't They don't really look, it's close, but I mean, who isn't close for Porch Guy? Who really isn't close? Like, everybody's close. Juice is not good about Folgers. He's not a nice guy. I think he took his page down. Well, I heard rumors. I don't know if it's true or not. I know some people were saying that he was talking stuff about the streamers, and then all of a sudden, well, not all of a sudden, excuse me, he apologized. I have no idea, guys. I really don't. I don't even know how this just comes about. Like, it just happened all of a sudden. I have no idea. So anyway, we'll end it off with Nolan Wells. We'll get into a little Nancy Guthrie here. I don't have a whole ton of news tonight. I just wanted to kind of get on and have an open discussion. Nothing too crazy, guys. I do got an interesting video with Brian Ensign. I like the video he did by speaking to, I think, the DA in the Nolan Wells case. And giving us, I believe why isn't this stopping? I believe she kind of gives us kind of insight on the process of the jury, the grand jury situation. So we'll get into that in a minute. I'm gonna just switch over here to some Nancy here. And then we'll top it off with Nolan Wells. Feel free to, you're open to anything tonight to talk about as usual, guys. If you guys got anything you want to share that you want me to share, let me know. It's an open night for sure. So I mean, pertaining to Nancy, there hasn't really been any updates really. It's almost like the case is cold, but it's not even close to being cold, as we know. It's been roughly about 206 days since Nancy's gone missing. I mean, the days keep going on. I mean, we're on month 6, and very soon we'll already be in month 7. So there's been, excuse me. So there was the two sets of the human remains. We know that they were both ruled out. So none of that was Nancy related. That one of those happened on the 17th of August, where they had the remains near Ajo Way and South La Choya. And then the 13th, the remains from Santa Cruz. That was also ruled that it was not Nancy Guthrie related. I think every crime that takes place, we're always going to question whether or not the Nancy Guthrie case has something to do with it. But as far as I know, as far as Nancy Guthrie's case, the case has remained active, and it continues to be ongoing. And the sheriff says that, he's going to, that they're working as hard as they can for the most part. And he's positive that this case will get solved, as everybody else says, right? And he also says that it's not cold. We know that multiple DNA labs across the country are still analyzing the evidence. The investigators are working this case as hard as they can. And also the ransom notes remain the strongest lead pertaining to the 2 ransom notes. Those are the strongest leads that they have at this time, as far as we know. And those notes were obviously released publicly at one point. And one of those notes, which was February 2nd, the note claimed that Nancy was still alive when they demanded the Bitcoin. And then February 6th, they claimed that she had died and she was buried in nature. And the authorities redacted the redacted version and asked the public to help identify the writer. So we know that Bitcoin address was accidentally shared originally. And then all of a sudden, I don't know. I'm over this whole thing right now. I really am. As far as the ransom, not the Guthrie case in general, but anyway, fast forward, there was a DNA update of hair found in Nancy's home, and I just wanted to recap real quick, and it did not match any suspect. And it didn't advance the case at all, obviously. So there's no suspect at this time that's been identified despite national attention. There's been speculation, of course, as usual. Law enforcement has not named or linked any suspect to the Nancy Guthrie disappearance. I hate to say it. I hate to hear it. And the family continues to publicly plea Savannah Guthrie released multiple emotional, messages begging for information, saying the family is in agony and despair. At the end of the day, the Nancy Guthrie case is at the end of the day, Nancy Guthrie is still missing. And, the remains that were found were not hers. The case is active. They treated it as a kidnapping for ransom, and investigators say they're still working on leads. That's where we stand with the Guthrie case. That's where we're at. The same place we were pretty much from the beginning. Nothing's changed. We've had several people come out and try to figure out little things. I think people are just I think some of us are too deep into some of the things that aren't really going to really, some of the stuff that we're digging up is going to give us understanding as far as who bought the house and, who's in the will, or how much did Annie and Tommaso pay for their home. That's still not really going to get us to the bottom of who took Nancy, what really happened to her. None of that stuff I don't think is really going to really solve anything. And I know a lot of people have been really, really just locked in on the fact of, finding little details like that. And because everybody's so obsessed, like myself, with the Nancy Guthrie case, any little thing, any little piece of information that we could possibly find and dig up, we're going to share it. And I get that, but I don't really know what some of this stuff is really going to do for the case. And I think some of this stuff that we're digging up is obviously stuff that we really want to know, but it's not necessarily stuff that's going to lead up to the perp. I just don't know. I know Juanita Adame had released a video, and she was talking about the down payment on, I believe, Nancy Guthrie's home, and then a little bit about the down payment on Annie and Tommaso's house. So I liked the video. It was great. I just didn't really get where it was going. And shout out to Juanita. She's great. And she's dug up a lot of great information as well. Also, Mr. Chris from the interview room, he had something very, very interesting to say just the other day. So let's check this out here. And it was a very good idea, I thought. I think he was hinting that they are going to FOIA Sheriff Nanos's pretty much his notes that he shared during the press conference. That's what I got out of it. But check this out here.
The narrative, the talking points that the sheriff needs to get right, the script, the family, he's not good at following a script. The narrative of the doors are propped open, yet there's a second door that doesn't need to be propped open. Everybody look at this door real hard, because there are two doors on that back patio. This is the second one. This one, you just push in and it stays open. This one, you have to pull out and prop it open. This is apparently the narrative the suspect chose, i.e. the porch guy. This guy allegedly chose this option, door number one. That's the narrative. Unless, of course, the sheriff wants to clear it up. Because when you start seeing the house from a 30,000-foot view, and then you start seeing this house at 10 o'clock at night, and this car in the evening time start getting towed from this house, And there's no clarity of conversation about why that happened. Yet a cone of silence is down upon the community. And when you start seeing this guy, that's the FBI agent, showing up at this house to talk about what? And you start seeing these guys walking out of the house with these bags. And my question is that a receipt for a search warrant? The guy under the left picture? Is he carrying a receipt to drop off? Which we've had a whole conversation about that one. But when you start seeing the FBI walking in, because that is the sack, that guy on the right, not the guy with the beard, the other guy behind him. And this is the guy that walked in with the Celebrite box, which is to download all of the devices in that house. And nobody wants to talk about it. I'll talk about it. My experience tells me this guy should not have been there. If they wanted those phones, all they had to do was say, we're going to confiscate your phones. And then they send it to this guy. They have a whole unit that downloads those phones instantaneously. These guys wouldn't be showing up at that house unless there's a reason. That guy who was at the 4-day press conference later that Kash Patel complained they weren't brought into is at that house. Not Nancy's house at first. This house. And from here, this car, which belongs to this house, is put up on a tow truck and hauled away for 40 plus days. And I'm not talking because it was raining. But this guy knows, and that guy to the left, they know what time it is. But the sheriff has apparently put a blocker out that he doesn't want anybody talking about it. Somebody else has put a blocker out. Could it be a public relations firm that is connected to this house through marriage? I'm just asking the questions. I'm not saying that's reality, and I'm not saying it's not reality. I'm asking the questions. Who created the talking points for the sheriff? Because he said it was, quote, the family. Who in the family created the talking points?
And what are all of the talking points? Enumerate them.
And that's why there's a FOIA out to get those talking points, because even though they're on his personal phone, he used them on duty. So therefore it becomes a chain of custody item that the defense will ask for. Whoever.
So obviously they know some things that we don't know, which is why they're not sharing. And what's just crazy to me, so they use a Celebrite device, okay? And they never publicly came out and cleared the family. We don't even know if Sheriff Nanos reached out to FBI to confirm with them first before clearing the family. So they brought the Celebrite device to Nancy Guthrie's investigation because the Celebrite is one of the main digital forensic tools that they use to like extract or like decode and analyze hidden digital evidence, like from the phone apps and like Wi-Fi logs, Bluetooth, basically, electronic like breadcrumbs. So they can retrieve any little information from your phone that you could possibly think of. So in a case where, you know, some of these suspects, you know, intentionally maybe left no DNA, like this case pertaining to the Nancy Guthrie case, you know, digital evidence becomes the most important trail a lot of times. So this Celebrite that you see that he's pointing out here, it was used for the Nancy Guthrie case, you know, and we saw them walking out with it at Annie and Tommaso's house. So the suspect obviously left no physical evidence. I mean, we're still waiting for one of the DNAs that apparently they got to work a genealogy through, and that we've been waiting for forever now. You know, and Fox, you know, they actually came out and reported that, you know, the abductor had wore ski masks and gloves, long sleeves, and took steps to avoid leaving fingerprints or DNA. So with DNA leads hitting dead ends, you know, investigators shifted heavily toward this, you know, digital forensics. So the Celebrite, you know, it recovers just about everything. And it matters because the suspect may have turned off the phone, which is what we thought. Because a lot of us thought that there was a walkie-talkie when we saw the perpetrator at Nancy's door on her Ring camera. You know, and like Kohlberger did, creating a digital blackout window, investigators can analyze. You know, even no signal moments can reveal like you know, movement patterns. So you know, even, you know, nearby devices, neighbors passing cars, you know, routers, you know, may have logged, you know, the suspect's phone or Bluetooth device. So Celebrite tools specialize in, you know, reconstructing like trails. So her pacemaker created a unique, you know, digital signal for, you know, any trail. And I think that was one of the big factors in this case that was huge that we just couldn't quite figure out. And, you know, I don't know. It's almost like weird that they weren't able to come up with anything, at least even anything to even tell us pertaining to what they dug up using the Celebrite, for the phone and also anything revolving around the pacemaker itself. It's just quite weird. Because I believe they could also see with that, you know, the pacemaker logs, which is where that came about in the timeline, which they were able to get the exact moment of the pacemaker disconnecting, which was, I believe, around the 2 a.m. hours. I think it was 2:28. You know, and matching that timeline with the doorbell footage and the neighborhood device log. So searching for any nearby device that pinged at the same time. So this helped the investigators, you know, reconstruct the abduction minute by minute. And still we came up with nothing, which is weird. I don't get it. And then also, you know, I question, you know, if they got more footage and why that hasn't been released to the public. I still question why they cut off a second of the video when they first released the video of the porch guy. It makes no sense to me. But it's pretty typical for law enforcement to bring, you know, the same digital forensic, you know, specialists for these specific situations like kidnappings or abductions or cases with mass suspects. You know, or cases like this that have, you know, people intentionally trying to not leave any, like, you know, digital trail. So I mean, I don't know. This case has just been so crazy. It's hard not to dig too deep into it. And I think even with us digging deeper into some stuff, we still come up with something, but it never amounts to anything. And to me, that's just been the most frustrating thing throughout the Nancy Guthrie case. We'll continue this here.
Is in custody at some point, or the prosecution will ask for from the sheriff to take it off of the plate. And if that's the case, then why is this guy on the left at the house with these other people, i.e. the FBI? That's who this is. And that's probably the U.S. Attorney's Office behind him. Why is the ICAC guy, that's Internet Crimes Against Children, ICAC, why is he bringing a UFED, which is a device that downloads devices or, cellular devices, computers, phones, etc., into the crime or into the house that's 2.5 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house? Why are there two homes at play here? Why are these guys at that house in the middle of the night, 10 o'clock in the evening, taking photographs? Why is this car impounded for 40 days and the telematics taken and then it's reassembled? Why aren't they looking for this backpack and this guy? Who is this guy? And why are we not hearing more about him? And instead of just hearing about nothing to see here, move along, we're making progress in this investigation.
Why wait over 6 months to put out to the public, hey, if you have noticed anything strange or different about somebody in your circle or a loved one, any scratches, any acting weird, anybody talking or not talking about the Nancy Guthrie case, why did it take him 6 months to put out all those points in a pursuit of trying to identify Porch Guy and create leads to get phone calls? Why did it take over 6 months to put that out to the public?
And why the animosity against this guy from Sheriff Nanos when these guys have the tools, the manpower, and the resources to get pictures of this guy? Sheriff Nanos, did you not want to know about this guy? Because this guy wanted to help you.
And real quick, it's been 6 months and still nobody, not a single person that even is so much as close to Nancy Guthrie has came out and spoke and said anything. They had a visual. Remember, they had the visual. No one really had much to say about Nancy. All they really had to pretty much say was these people were all they were saying was they were sorry for the loss for the most part. I didn't really hear anything that was very personal about Nancy, that anyone really seemed to be very close to Nancy at all. So weird. Now, as far as the car coming back different, Angel, I don't think so. I think it was still the same car. We know Cameron took off with the car at one point in time, a couple times actually. And then he also came back with the car, obviously. And as far as I know, 857 was in the area today, as you guys know. And I guess, the garage is open and he claimed that there was one person there. As far as I know, Nancy's car is still at the house as well.
Are you going to man up, be a professional, and bury the hatchet behind the scenes? Because it is a really bad look for the Pima County Sheriff's Department right now. When you have former bosses, your boss, on podcasts such as Ashley Banfield, talking about your ego because of you don't like this guy because they started a RICO investigation against your agency, which started before you were there. But when you did get there through an appointment, not through an election, but when you did get there through an appointment, you still have not allowed them to get and help you get this guy. And that's really not a good look.
And why aren't there any flyers in the Tucson area with Porch Guy?
I just said that.
Why are they not out doggedly pursuing neighborhoods, flyers, any information they can get from the public on trying to identify Porch Guy? Why?
And by the way, Sheriff, what was found in this car? If there's nothing to see here, move along, then you owe it to the public, because you need to tell the public there's nothing there. And then you need to convince the public, because they all saw what happened on this night. They all saw it. Everybody saw it. That's the same car on a tow truck. We went to the dealership where they put it together. We talked to the service manager. I talked to the service manager. Guess what? They reassembled the car on your order.
It was there for a number of days too.
And the county paid for it. The county paid for it. So somebody's going to FOIA the bill. That's not part of an investigation. That's a public record. That's county money. It's available to the public to see. That's called the law, the sunshine laws. In Arizona, they call it in sunshine in Florida. In California, they're making laws to prevent people from seeing fraud. Go do the math on that. But not in this case, because everybody's interested in finding out why this narrative about this door versus this door is so important.
Man, they can't even figure out if they went through the front or the back. They can't even figure that out. I mean, they don't. I don't know, man. This case is so frustrating, guys. It really is. And I think, honestly, I truly think that people. I think that people are frustrated with Nanos because they think that he's hiding something. And I think that's because of the mistakes, the contradictions, and there's been a lot of bad optics, not because any source shows, he's involved in her disappearance, but the public perception comes from patterns, not just evidence. So, and then, you got the FBI, they were kept out for 4 days, and then Kash Patel came out publicly, and obviously we know he criticized Sheriff Nanos, saying that federal investigators were blocked during the beginning of this, investigation. And he denies it. He even says that they're still friends. They still talk, or they're not necessarily friends, but they still communicate. And he pretty much claims that they're on good terms. And that was a easy contradiction to me that created a lot of suspicion, at least for myself. And, we still question why the FBI was kept out. We still really don't know why. What is he really trying to control? I don't really get it. Is he trying to hide the early mistakes? I've yet to figure it out. I mean, I think that there's got to be some reason, some way, somehow that he's behind this. But I mean, it was one of the biggest things in the beginning, from the beginning of, distrust. I mean, You can't trust this guy for anything. And why keep somebody in office that you can't trust? That's supposed to be protecting the public? That's just crazy to me. The crime scene handling and the early missteps, the sheriff department just overlooking the blood, as we heard when we were listening to those dispatch calls. They literally overlooked the blood. The blood wasn't even there to them, even though we know that they knew the blood was there. The public was frustrated, and the criticism, with the investigation revolving around the early handling made the public frustrated. I mean, and everything else on top. The evidence was apparently lost. He released the house too early. I mean, he seemed like he was covering up incompetence to me. And even if these are just errors, people interpret errors as concealment, is what I could say. We still haven't identified the porch guy. There's been very, very slow progress, if not any. That's a red flag to me. That's very, very suspicious. The masked man on Nancy's porch remains unidentified. And Nano says there's so much video evidence still being analyzed. That's what he says. By multiple labs and private companies. Where? And what's happening with that? And why haven't we got anywhere? How can they not identify the porch guy after 6 months? Are they withholding the real suspect? Are they hiding a mistake in the video analysis? I mean, there's been so many online sleuths that tried to identify the porch guy themselves, comparing them to unrelated suspects like myself, and we still can't quite come up with it. So I don't know. I don't know where we stand with the Guthrie case anymore. I don't know where it's going to go. I think we're going to be doing something one day, not thinking about it, doing our thing, and then all of a sudden, dun, 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 we're going to just have a whole update we've never seen in the Guthrie case, and it may be the suspect. I don't know. That's where I think I think that's what's going to happen with this case. Or we're never going to hear that. I'm upside down.
At least I am. You see, I've had a hard time getting past this narrative about two notes that suddenly come in, and one of them has an apology, behind it. And is this the same guy that props the doors open? What? Well, more importantly, how did they walk into the house? And did they go into the front porch, or did they miss this? And how long did it take to look for mom? And what's up with the bushes here? This guy with the rubber gloves and the bushes, which just conveniently there happened to be rubber gloves nearby, thrown on the side of the road. You know who tried that last was Barry Morphew. Remember Barry in the helmet? Suzanne's bicycle down the hill. Was it a mountain lion? I can't wait for that to start up. Remember that Tyson, the YouTuber, got Barry. Was it a mountain lion? Meanwhile, back at the ranch, this is a very serious situation, because this 84-year-old woman had this door on the front.
Here, they're just going to try to plug in the
And it's the same type of door. in the back.
Whoops.
And we believe this was the last door that she would have seen if she was still alive being taken out of her home. Thus the blood.
I think Nancy went out the front. People argue because of the doors being propped open in the back that she went out the back door. But I personally think that she went out the front door. That's just my take on it. I was trying to show the part, I think I'm looking at the wrong video, however, I was trying to show the part where he was talking about FOIAing the sheriff department. I think that Chris or his wife has already, I think they're getting ready to FOIA pretty much the notes that he had, which are supposedly public, that he shared in that press conference that he did. I don't know. I have no idea.
The content on
so
this
just
channel
real quick
is based
here,
on my
I'm just going to skip through that. I don't even want to just watch the interview too long here. We're just going to fast forward here. But can you FOIA the sheriff? Can you, I mean, I think for the most part, we've got all of his discovery. I mean, we know almost everything about the sheriff at this point. There's not really nothing we don't know about him. There's not really much more we're going to be able to get by FOIAing things. I don't know. But Chris has a bright idea to do that, and we'll see what the outcome is and see what his wife comes up with. I mean, he's always figuring out little things to do to bring information to share. Ali says, I do too, because of how the door is compared to the ones out back. They're much smaller, right? And it's kind of like at an angle. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the doors would have been propped open for. I mean, it's just not registering for me what the doors would have been propped open for. Besides easy entry, and possibly an easy exit. Now, when we're talking about the house, if we take in that house on Granado into consideration, let's just say that, yeah, it is a neighbor close by. And they did carry Nancy through that back alley at one of the homes on Granado. Then that makes sense as to why the doors were propped open. But remember, the FBI agents were all in the back, so they were searching this entire area. So why they weren't able to figure out or find some type of trail that led back to a certain house from behind Nancy's house, I don't know. Now, there were like over 400 agents out here at one point in time. So it's like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that would have helped, tracing steps with the amount of people that were out here helping this investigation with that. I mean, this place was contaminated from the get-go. So there's no way they would have been able to track any footsteps because there were so many people stepping through everywhere, stepping on things. So how are they ever supposed to see if, that suspect left with Nancy from behind her house to a nearby residence? Meaning that it could have been a residence that, somebody in the residence that took Nancy from her home. And yeah, and I was gonna say that I hate to say it, Lynn. She says that even Chris seems to be driving this case to no end. Yeah, and I get it, guys. This case is probably the biggest case for anybody. It's brought in probably everything for everybody, like from views to revenue to everything. It's brought in everything. I mean, you'll notice, look, people will cover the Nancy Guthrie case and they get more views than ever. And then, people cover the, just another case and then the views are a lot less. I get it because it's so, everybody is so, there's just more people nationally obsessed with this case and so into this case than any other case. So I could also understand what drives people to want to just continue to cover this case. But I'm not going to lie, guys. On an honest note, I feel like some of this stuff is like starting to be like more like entertainment rather than really trying to figure this all out. I honestly, I'm starting to think it's so buried that it's going to take somebody that really knows what's really going on behind the scenes to, you know, really figure this out. What's really going to unlock the doors, so to speak? What's really going to crack this case wide open? I think it's going to take a person with knowledge that knows what is really going on here. I don't know. Angie says, when I come down, I'm going to start the health department and I'll show everyone they did not drain them. Okay. Let's do it. You're talking about the septics, right? I think she's talking about the septics. Maybe not. Yeah, I mean, and then we've got the diagram too. I mean, I think we got the diagram of the septic tanks. I think it shows the size. Which, yeah, I think they are 1,000 gallons. I don't think it shows the how deep they are. I wish it would show how deep they are. They are wide enough for a body, but I don't know if it's deep enough for a body. Not to say that, you know, a body can't be stuffed in it or cut in pieces and thrown in a septic. And not only that, I mean, I'm sorry, for the perpetrators they had enough time. It seems like they had plenty of time, not just enough time, to make something like this happen. And I think I had the photos. I don't know what I did with them. When it shows the blueprint of where those septic tanks are. And it also shows the information on these specific septic tanks and what do they call it? I think they're like water tanks surrounding the home too. It also shows the size of those. Samantha says she was decapitated. Man, I hope not. Just Maggie says it might take Chris and Karen to keep pressing. We'll see. We'll see where it goes. I'm hopeful. I'm confident that they might be able to, you know, pull something out. I'm highly hopeful, and they keep pressing the issue in every way that they can. But if it's Sheriff Nanos who has the keys, I don't know if this guy's going to budge. So let's say this case goes on for 2 more years. We know that's what Sheriff Nanos has left. What happens then? And let's say that this guy is the guy that really is, maybe I wouldn't say behind this, but is the one that could really crack this case all this time. What happens then? Nothing, right? Because he's no longer in office. He's probably going to be not much, you know, no longer in reach. He's not going to throw himself under the bus and incriminate himself in any way. I don't know. I just don't think if this guy knows what's going on here or he knows who may be responsible for this or what will lead up to that, I don't think he's ever going to give us the keys to unlock that door. People crack, I get it, but I don't know about, you know, I mean, it's been 6 months. I don't know. I don't know other than somebody coming forward that the outcome of this situation is going to be what we want out of it. Penny, big welcomes, by the way. Joel says, remember when they made you guys back the first few days? Was that the same day they were poking the tank? I was in and out early on. I wasn't streaming early on, so I don't know what day that they were back there. I wasn't necessarily like there when they were doing the tank thing. Not only that, some of the septic tank incidents that occur, those pictures are taken in front of Annie and Tommaso's, not just Nancy's. So I really don't know. And I mean, there's several pictures of, you know, these guys checking these septics, but I mean, some of them look deep. They do look pretty deep. I'm not gonna lie. They're definitely deep enough to, you know, stuff a body or maybe even just toss a body in them. But they checked them. I mean, they're on. It's on camera with these guys checking these septic tanks. It's all on camera. So I don't see why people think that they didn't check them, because they're literally wide open and they're sticking sticks down there. So if that's the case, and they would have just stuck the stick down there, felt something, and then moved on and acted like they didn't really see anything, but they did, I guess. I don't know. But I mean, they're fairly deep. They look like they're fairly deep. I mean, if you see the stick he has in his hand, it looks like that septic tank is at least like 5 feet, if not 6. But also, I don't know how long the stick is that he's using, but I mean, there's other pictures. And I think the other one that we were looking at early on, that one may have been a water tank. But they're all being checked. We know they checked the septic tanks. So if they checked the septic tanks, which ones did they not check? Or I'm sorry, if they didn't check the septic tanks, you know, or a septic tank, but, you know, which one did they not check? I mean, there is one that I haven't seen them check, which has not been recorded by anybody that I know of, right in front of Nancy's house. But I've yet to see it, because you cannot see it from the street. But right near Nancy's fireplace, there's a septic tank. It's from what we heard. But you can't see anything right there. You know, I feel like you would be able to see it. You know, perhaps there's been a lot of people flying drones around. You should be able to see that. So I don't know if there is even one near Nancy's fireplace, because we would be able to see it from here at this angle. Otherwise, it's behind the tree and we don't see it. But look, unless it's like right there in front of the fireplace, and this isn't even the clearest picture. But it would have to be like right there, just behind the tree. But I mean, the picture's just too blurry to tell. So where would that septic tank be if it's near the fireplace? Can't tell. Right, and I've also heard that too. I mean, how difficult really is it to get in a septic tank? Because I've heard there's like pressure, you need a special tool, you can hurt yourself, maybe even kill yourself opening a septic tank. I don't really know the ins and outs when it comes to a septic tank. And I could look it up. But I just don't. And I've looked this up before. I can't remember. But I think some people were saying that it requires a special tool. Yeah, so it does. It says that it's a septic tank is sealed, oxygen port fit full of toxic gases. Opening it exposes you to hydrogen, says, I think it says, is it ammonia? I don't even know what that is. Biological waste. And is it methane? I don't even know how to pronounce that. But it could explode, so it displaces oxygen, so it burns lungs and eyes, and there's an infection risk that you take, and it can knock you unconscious in seconds. So you could pass out from fumes opening it up. If you don't know what you're doing, you could fall into it. I mean, the lid could collapse. You could get back injuries, but come on, that doesn't really, all that doesn't really make me not want to open it. Well, at least most of it. So it doesn't seem like it's not doable, but you do take some risk. I don't think Nancy's got a septic tank near that firehouse. It does not look like it. Sorry to say, but I don't see it. And we'll see if we can find like a clearer picture too. I love the septic tank theory because a lot of people really think that Nancy's in a septic tank. Still to this day. A lot of people still argue if Nancy's even still alive. But you even had FBI agents that were standing right there next to it, looking around, or detectives. So let's look from this angle right here. Let me pull up this photo real quick, chat. This angle's even better. And I'll zoom in for you guys as well. So look at this angle here. Where do you see a septic tank near the fireplace? I don't see anything. But again, I mean, the trees are kind of in the way. So maybe one of those trees are hovering over the tank. I see like a little, hold on. So there's like a little green, I don't know what that is, but it almost looks like that could be a septic tank in front of the house. But I feel like I would be able to see that from the street. So I don't think so. Jamie, how you doing? Rose says, this septic tank is a huge concrete square or rectangle. The opening is only about 24 round cover at OE end of tank. Interesting. That looks like it could be a septic, but I don't think so. And then right here in this general area over here, and I'm going to move forward here in just a second. A lot of people are saying that there's a septic here, right near Nancy's fireplace there. Unless they're talking about the other fireplace, because she's got two. But you can't see over there, and that would be directly behind the house. I don't see it. It's where, Angie? That's too small. Yeah, there's no septic. I don't think there's no septic tank to that fireplace. We would have saw that. There's just no. Look at how small that area is. Between that tree and her actual house wall, nah. But where we were at, it looks like that might be the septic tank in the front. That looks like that more so to me than anything else that I've seen from the front of the house. Once you zoom in, you lose a lot of quality of the picture, so it's very difficult to really see what you're looking at. So if anybody has a much more clear picture, let me know. But I mean, I don't see it. Chat, I don't see it. Jules says they're usually round. That green thing is too small, probably water main. I was told that there's two in the back. Well, not only that, I've looked at the blueprint several times. So in the back actually in between the Jim people's house and Nancy's house is where those water tanks are at. They're not even like on her actual property. Shiloh says, I think this case is not only crazy sad, but I think the answers are right in front of us, but we just can't see it. Could have a good point. But what would it be? What is it that we're not seeing though? What don't we not know? Like, what do we not know? And why is it taking us all so long to get more information? Why is it? I mean, we should know. I mean, in a case, it could take forever to get information, I guess. So I can't even criticize that. But these guys, literally, I think they checked every septic tank that they could possibly find, or anything that even looked like a septic. That gym lady is creepy. I ran into the gym lady the other day, and she almost rolled down to her window. She was going to the I don't know what you guys call it. It was like a Jewish community, like a Jewish church. I don't know what you call Jewish church places, but she was going there, and she almost rolled down the window. I don't know if she was gonna curse me out or what. But I just like mean mugged her because I know she doesn't like us. So I didn't really even mean mug her. I just kind of stared her down. Crazy. Look how big that lid is. Yeah, it's huge, but he's checking it though. That's the thing. What could he miss? Unless it's so deep that you would have to send somebody down there. There's no point of sticking a stick in there at that point. And those honestly look like the water tanks, not septic tanks. From what I was told, those were the water tanks and not the septics, and people thought that they were the septic tanks. In reality, they weren't. So I don't know. All right, chat. I'm gonna play y'all this video from Juanita Adame. Shout out to Juanita Adame for putting this video together. And then I'm gonna switch over here to some Nolan Wells. I had a couple things I wanted to address here tonight with Nolan Wells here.
But Michelle Obama is not a good.
Oh God, Andrew. Sorry, Brandon Tatum. He's something else. Let me take this video down there. All right. So listen to this here. We're gonna play this. If you guys haven't seen it yet, check this out.
Make any comments on it. So with that said, welcome back everybody. Today what I am going income for the couple. So it's a really interesting video. I suggest you go watch it if you haven't. But like I said, in the video, he's asking, how is it that A&T can afford this $650,000 home, the mortgage, everything?
So we've been asking that question. We've always asked that question from the get-go. If Tommaso's the only provider, how can they afford this home? How are they affording it? Not only that, how is it so that we're visiting Annie's work, visiting her job? If Tommaso's apparently, the only provider who's bringing in income, we've checked the amount that he brings in. At one point, for as far as I remember, it was about $60,000 a year, being a teacher at the school that he works at in Oro Valley. But my question to everybody would be, why are we worried about this so much? Are we trying to establish that they are responsible for this because they wanted money? Are we trying to determine the motive of this situation by trying to figure out what they can afford and, the amount of income that they actually bring in? I don't understand our motive to figuring that out, because we've tried to figure this out for months. And remember, they are surrounded by Savannah, who has plenty of money. They don't have to share publicly whether or not that they received a loan of that amount to help them buy a home. They don't have to disclose that information. There's a lot of information that we probably won't know about, based on income or how they were able to afford something. So I don't know what this is going to really do for us, but listen to this.
Start off by letting you guys know that all of this information is publicly available information. We're going to start off with Nancy's home, okay? We've all seen Nancy's home in media reports, in YouTubers' videos, people have driven by. We all know what Nancy's home looks like. So I learned that the estimated value of Nancy's home is between $1 million to $1.2 million. A lot of us already knew this information also, right? So the report that I found, it lists...
No, Allie, that guest house is not 2-bedroom. I doubt it.
An estimated available equity at just over $1 million. And it also lists a loan to value ratio of just 12%. So I'm not a real estate expert. Maybe real estate experts can.
Yeah, I think we disconnected here. Sorry, guys. We'll continue here. My apology.
So in other words, Nancy's home was worth a lot more than what she owed on it. And that left her with about $1 million in estimated home equity, according to this particular database, which is the Pima County's recorder or records database. So what I also learned, I know a little bit about real estate, but I'm not like an expert by any means. I learned that having $1 million in equity doesn't mean that Nancy had $1 million in her bank account. So equity is just the difference between what the property is worth and what's owed against it. And in the database, there was also a part that, a section, it's called Estimated Lendable Equity, and that was $808,000. And this doesn't mean that Nancy borrowed $808,000. It just means that the database estimated that based on the property's value and debt, a substantial amount of equity could have supported additional borrowing. So basically, she had a lot of equity in this home. All right, moving on. Now we're going to talk about A&T's property. So what I learned from kind of digging around into property records with Pima County is that in March of 2025, that's when A&T purchased that home on Ternero Street. Not going to give the address because, we don't want to put people's personal information. A lot of people know where they live, but I'm not going to mention the numbers on this channel. So again, in March of 2025, A&T purchased the West Ternero Street home. A few months later, in May 2025, T signs over a special power of attorney regarding the Niagara home. So he signs over power of attorney to A over their old home, basically. And then I found that in June of 2025, the Niagara home, the old home, is conveyed over to the new owner. So basically they sell their home. Now fast forward 6 months to January 30th, there is a survey map done on their new home. This is the Ternero home. I just found it interesting. I mean, that's dated January 30th, which is what, one day before Nancy went missing. There was a survey done. I was reading the report and it doesn't necessarily mean that the survey was done that day. It means that it was finished that day, and that's when they signed off on it. So what is, I don't even know what a survey map. I had to just do like a quick Google search. I kind of know what it is, but not really familiar with it. So I learned that a survey map is a precise technical drawing created by a licensed surveyor, and it shows exact boundaries, measurements, and physical features of a special piece of land. It acts as a legal record during property sales, building projects, and resolving boundary arguments. So it could be that maybe when they bought the home on Ternero, they needed to kind of refine the boundaries around that home, or it could have been something that they wanted to do. Maybe they wanted to add, construct something on the home. It could have been a number of reasons. So let's move on. Okay, back to Monks's video. So in his last video, Monk stated, and this is verified, that their home was purchased for $650,000. That is a lot of money. I live in California, even California standards, that's a lot of money for a home. However, what I learned is that the mortgage recorded in connection with that purchase was only $355,000. And we all know, right? The sale of the home and the mortgage doesn't need to be the same. So I did some math. I'm not good at math. Most journalists aren't, but I did some simple math, and $650,000 for the purchase price minus $355,000 for the mortgage leaves us with a difference of $295,000. So approximately $295,000 of that purchase price was not covered by that $355,000 mortgage. So where did that $295,000 come from? So the records that I was looking up, they don't tell us that. It could have been a number of things. It could have been, maybe they were saving up money for a number of years and they were able to save up close to $300,000 to put down on this new home. It could have been the sale from their old home, maybe the profits from that. Maybe they had paid that off. It could have been a loan. It could have been a number of things. Maybe, I don't know, one of them won the lottery. I don't know. But the bottom line is that there were $295,000 put down as a down payment for that Ternero home. So Monks, I believe that answers your question. What we're left asking is where did that $295,000 come from? So I want to be careful, okay, you guys, because the fact that Nancy had substantial estimated equity in her home and the fact that A&T financed only part of their home doesn't mean that the two are connected. I have not seen any type of documentation showing that Nancy's equity funded A&T's home. I have not come across that at all. And that could
Angel, I don't know where their old house is. I can't remember. Somebody had sent me the address a long time ago, but I don't know where it's at exactly.
have been, let's say that it was a loan, it could have been a private transaction. So that's not something, unless you're an investigator, that's not something we're going to be able to see anyway. Or it could have been just a verbal agreement. Hey, I'm going to let you use this, but make sure you pay me back. We still don't know. And without any type of record establishing that connection, right now it's just speculation. What I do feel is what I do feel that is worth noting is the financial picture that the property records give us, right? On one side, we have Nancy's home with the value of over $1 million in equity, $800,000 in lendable equity. On the other side, we have A&T's property purchase, $650,000 of a purchase price with a $355,000 mortgage, leaving us with $295,000 of that purchase price coming from a source not identified. Those are facts that we can discuss. Those are facts that are publicly available in any county. County has, all these property records and these different databases, but this is what I found for Pima County. So those are the facts, but we can't fill in the blanks ourselves as to knowing what exactly happened. So I guess the question is what additional records would we need to put these puzzle pieces together? So I guess that, Monks, if you're watching, that kind of answers your question a little bit, but it also leaves us with more questions, right? It answers one, but we're left with more questions. And until we know all the facts in this case, we're really not going to know what happened. So I just want to tell you guys, if you've made it this far in the video, I want to say thank you for supporting my
Chad, I don't know. I just really don't know where we're going anymore with this Guthrie case, guys. Man, it's funny to me because I just think this case has been so overwhelming. It's like, what left more can we possibly do at this point? I think that we're at a point where we're over investigating. We've also gone in so many circles. We can't even count the amount of times that we went back and talked about stuff that has already been addressed and talked about. We've revisited things, dug up more information, and still hasn't amounted to nothing. What's next for this case? What is going to bring this case to an end? At what point will we get closure in this case? How long is this going to take? And for the information that we're all digging up as a community, for the public side of things, as far as what they've dug up, has investigators even been able to, do they know this stuff? Have they figured out all of this stuff? I would assume so, because they're the ones who are investigating this and have all rights to get all their information, from when they purchased the home, where they got the money, bank account records. They can do it all. So I would only assume, it's just for our own peace of mind, because nothing that we've dug up, the FBI hasn't took anything that the community's really pretty much put out there and made something of it. So I don't know. I don't know if we're over investigating this thing. I don't know. It's just a bit overwhelming. And it's very interesting to see the information that people dig up, but at the same time, it's overwhelming because it's like, where are we going to get anywhere? We're not getting anywhere. And that's the frustrating thing for me. We're just not getting anywhere. We're not moving. Nothing's happening.
Channel.
I'm not even gonna put a time frame on it. I'm very close to starting to think that the Nancy Guthrie case is going to be cold. I'm getting very close to that, and I'm trying so hard not to think like that and be confident that they are going to, solve this case. But no one's talking. Not even the siblings, not even family friends, nobody, not even the family relatives. Nobody's talking. Nobody's saying anything. Savannah's, and that's what's the most frustrating to me. She hasn't gave us anything to roll off of. There's been nothing. I don't even know if she's even thankful to even have the community behind her, helping her trying to solve this case or helping them trying to figure out what happened to her mom. I don't know. She was replaced the other day on the Today Show by one of the ladies that's on the Today Show. I can't remember her name. I'm sure a lot of you guys in chat know the name. But Savannah was replaced the other day. I don't know what happened or why, and I think it was just for the day, but I'm really leaning in the direction that this case has started to get cold. And to be honest, guys, I hate to say it, but I think investigators just say that so, to keep the public, and as they should, to keep the public helping, so that the public doesn't go away, and I'm going to do the same, whether I think it's cold or not. We're still going to try to keep this case alive and continue to dig up information as everybody else is doing. I don't know if my messages are going through on Google for my Google phone number. Let me ask somebody if they're getting my message. My Google phone thing just shut down. I wanted to try to take some calls, but my Google thing shut down. And it's just like a completely different app now. I don't get it. Shirley says it was said this past week that it's now in the FBI's hand. That's what we're hearing. That's what we're hearing. But is it true? Angie, I got your picture. Yeah, I've seen that picture. But as far as I know, this case is not in the FBI's hands. But from what I heard, it is. But it hasn't. To me, it hasn't really been confirmed. So as far as I know, it's still being led by the Pima County Sheriff's Department with FBI assistance. Not, I think, is it GBL or something like that? Lynn says we can only hope and pray it is. But at the end of the day, they're already leading the way. So it's not really going to change anything because they're going to do their same thing that they're doing now, whether they're in charge or not. What really changes things if the FBI is in charge? Because at this point, what is Nanos even stopping them from doing? If there's been something with Sheriff Nanos that's been that he's covered up, it's already been covered up, it would be their job to somehow uncover it if he's covering anything up. Angel says, is anything really confirmed? You might be right. Evidence gone. All right, one moment, chat. One moment here. We are switching over.
And it didn't appear that there was any foul play.
All right, here we go. It's just really so sad. Excuse me. My God. Got gas over here burping. TNA are leading the way. Psh, tell me about it. So anyway, guys, I want to switch it up here. I want to talk about Nolan Wells. I don't really have anything going for the Guthrie case. There's just been nothing with this case at all. It's just not moving. And it's so sad. It really is. There's nothing happening. And it's so bothering that there's nothing going on with Nancy's case besides what we can dig up outside, and that's fine. But we're not able to figure out who could be responsible for this. They have no idea. Absolutely no idea. So I'm going to convert over to yeah, and I think they're comparing the eyes with you know, Criminal Network and these guys, but I don't see the match. There's just no match with Santiago Rogers and the other gentleman that they found or announced on the scanner. Because remember, there was another name that was announced on the scanner that I think Patriot Pride had looked up. And that person is very close. But I would also say that person is not a match either. And what was the gentleman's name, guys? I can't remember the name of the other gentleman that they announced on the scanner. I can't remember. I heard Tatum. Yeah, we're going to get ready to listen to Tatum here, but we're not just yet. So anyway, I'm converting over here. I want to talk some Nolan Wells. There's been a lot of things revolving around the Nolan case. In fact, I think this is the case that's moving more than any other case at this time right now, although we still haven't really heard a whole lot of updates in this case. The boys appear to be quiet, specifically pertaining to Warren, because he's been the most outspoken person in this case when it comes to the Nolan Wells case. And just recently, it was Nolan Wells' birthday. He was going to be 19 on the 19th of August. And his birthday, I believe, was held at a church in Biloxi. I think that's the name. Dr. Jamal Bryant had delivered a keynote, a national virtual prayer. And it was hosted by Al Sharpton at a National Action Network. His mom, Christine, which is Nolan Wells' mother, spoke emotionally about missing her son. The crowd sang happy birthday as the family blew candles. The DA's latest statement, as far as I know, was that, you know, Angel Myers pushed back against public pressure to release more details, saying that she cannot legally fill the void created by public commentary. And she reaffirmed by stating that the investigation will be presented to the grand jury once complete. So her office will provide a thorough evidence presentation. So she will not publicly adopt any narrative before the grand jury review. The phone and digital evidence dispute, Ben Crump's legal team told the DA that they were ready to make Nolan's phone available for joint forensic examination at the Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College Digital Forensic Lab with 12-hour notice. Okay, so they were referencing a prior July 15th agreement. This remains a point of tension between the family and the prosecutors. Remember, the mother was given the 48 hours all of a sudden, randomly out of nowhere, when the agreement that they have, according to Crump, was they had an agreement that July 15th, they had said they already agreed that there would be a 12-hour notice that, they would examine this phone. And they would, they did come out and say, the DA came out and said, look, we're going to arrange a date since the date is already passed, right? So they're going to obviously have to rearrange the date, set another date forth, and get together so they can be present, or their investigator that they've hired for this phone situation can be present while they, analyze this phone and dig up their information or get whatever they need to get from Nolan's phone. Remember, I stated multiple times that they do not trust the mother, which is Christine. She does not trust the injustice system whatsoever. So she's trying to go about this in the best way that she can by making sure that nothing pretty much happens from, behind the scenes. So, and I like the way she's handling it. Friends have filed the intent to sue letter. So 3 friends who were with Nolan before his disappearance, Warren Hudson, Jax, is it Patalo? I don't know if I say his name right. And then the other friend, Morgan. So they filed an intent to sue accusing Rev Al Sharpton of defamation. They claim Sharpton's public remarks implied they committed murder or tampered with evidence. So their attorneys cite text messages and call logs showing Hudson contacted Nolan's mother and the U.S. Coast Guard within hours of realizing Nolan hadn't returned from Horn Island. As far as the autopsy status, the state autopsy report has not been released publicly. As we all know, that's going to be, presented in front of the grand jury. So we're not going to really hear much details on the autopsy. And by the way, shouts to the people on TikTok, guys, because the people on TikTok have been killing it. They have been the most active when it comes to just making our minds wonder, giving us things to think about, sharing things that could be possible that we don't know for sure are a fact, but they've been bringing a light to a lot. So shouts to those on TikTok and a lot of people on YouTube as well. The independent autopsy was commissioned by the family, found that the case and the manner of death was undetermined, citing the decomposition and the lack of definitive trauma. There's obviously there's a lot going on here in this case that we are not going to see until we get in front of that grand jury. I was wondering, because we don't have a suspect, how they're going to get a suspect, whether or not they have interest in anybody possible, because they're going before a grand jury with nobody that we know of that's responsible for this. So Brian Ensign sat down with the lady and she kind of breaks it down and shares with us pretty much how it's going to go pertaining to the grand jury. So I wanted you guys to hear this for your own peace of mind here.
Grand juries can be confusing on the outside to figure out exactly how they work. So I want to talk. Grand juries can be confusing on the outside in terms of exactly how they work. So I want to talk to Judge Tarlika Nunez Navarro, who's going to help break down how the grand jury would operate in the Nolan Wells case. Hey, Judge, it's nice to see you. Thank you for joining me. I know we're in my car and everything. I appreciate it. I wanted to ask you, with the Nolan Wells case, there's going to be a grand jury. there's been the private autopsy that was done on Nolan. We're still waiting on the results of the official autopsy that was done by the state, but there's going to be a grand jury, and there's a lot of questions about the secrecy and why we're not hearing more from investigators. Is that typical when there's going to be a grand jury?
Yes, it's fairly normal. This is the process. Grand juries are extremely secretive, and that's to protect those accused of crimes, witnesses, anyone that the grand jury decides to bring in. And typically, when the grand jury goes through their investigation, and even when they come out, they are protected. It's nothing like once the case is charged. And that's also to make sure that there's time to go ahead and get the accused in and behind bars before they can flee and so on.
And just for people who don't know, a grand jury, it's kind of like a jury for a trial, right? Like it's people who are chosen. How does it work typically?
So a grand jury is just like a regular jury. It's members of our community. They are not selected any more special than you and me or the post office man. You just simply get a grand jury subpoena, or you get a grand jury mail-in saying that you're being called in on the grand jury. The only thing different is that you cannot speak to anyone once you get out of that grand jury. The protections are much more stringent for grand juries.
Do they typically, like with the Nolan Wells case, would they typically be doing multiple cases?
Yes, but it depends on the state, but typically they are called in and they're reviewing multiple cases.
And so how does that work?
They have subpoena power, they have investigative power. They will take a look at the case and they will ask, what more do we need to know? How do we need to prove this death? They'll take a look at the autopsy. They will interview all the witnesses. They will interview law enforcement, and they will essentially be citizens investigating the case. And that is to protect, that is to be a barrier between law enforcement and the accused.
And then they will decide whether or not to charge someone.
Yes,
is that right?
They will recommend whether or not to charge someone.
And I'm just thinking with the Nolan Wells case.
Listen to that one more time.
They have subpoena power, they have investigative power. They will take a look at the case and they will ask, what more do we need to know? How do we need to prove this death? They'll take a look at the autopsy. They will interview all the witnesses. They will interview law enforcement, and they will essentially be citizens investigating the case. And that is to protect, that is to be a barrier between law enforcement and the accused.
And then they will decide whether or not to charge someone.
Yes,
is that right?
They will recommend whether or not to charge someone.
And I'm just thinking with the Nolan Wells case, there's a lot of people who think that the investigation hasn't been handled properly and that there's something sort of fishy going on. Is it sometimes an unfair process, because isn't it just the prosecution that gets to sort of run it? Like, it's not like anyone from the victim's family could come in, right? I mean, isn't it kind of one-sided, the grand jury?
I wouldn't say it's one-sided.
Yeah.
I would say it's very protected from the public and insulated, and it has to be in order to be fair. Now, the public might perceive that as secretive, and as, that we want transparency in everything, but there's a fault when we have transparency from inception, because this stuff has to be done behind closed doors. We can't have the public looking at the grand jury, investigation and what they're asking for and what they're seeing. So it's really not unfair. It's actually the most fair process to watch and see how it is done, but it is more prosecutorial leaning at this point.
Are you surprised that the law enforcement still hasn't gotten the cell phone? Because apparently Nolan Wells' parents got the phone after he, disappeared and was then found. And Ben Crump has said that logistically they were trying to find a time to have experts go over the phone together with law enforcement, because they wanted to also do their own independent investigation of the phone. But as of now, law enforcement still hasn't been able to look at the phone. Is that unusual?
Like I said, the grand jury has the authority to investigate, subpoena that phone, bring that phone in. I think law enforcement probably, if I had to guess, they don't want to overstep the grand jury's investigation. I do find it a little unusual because I would want to keep it in safekeeping if I was law enforcement, but maybe every state is different. Maybe they don't want to overstep. They don't want to get involved with the grand jury investigation, which makes complete sense when you see everything swirling around.
So basically, they could make her give up the phone. However, they wouldn't be able to, really investigate the phone, or they don't want to until the grand jury, pretty much determines that. Because, I don't know. I guess according to what she's saying, that they don't want to overstep them, because they know that they're going to get to the bottom of everything in the first place, I guess. I don't know why the respect is so high between law enforcement and the grand jury, obviously, because it's on a whole nother level, but I don't know. But it appears that the mom's not coming off of that phone at all unless somebody's standing over that is on her team watching these people go through that phone and do whatever they got to do with it to dig up any little information possible. But from what she's saying, they could obviously still get the phone, and like she referred to, safekeeping, so they could probably keep the phone and maybe put it somewhere until they get in front of a grand jury, is how I'm taking it. But I don't even know if the mother would comply with that, because it seems like they're really standing on what they're saying. Like, they're going to let you have this phone and hold this phone for the only point of time that you need it, and you're going to give it back right away. That's what I'm getting from this here. So as soon as they're done, that phone is going right back into the possession of the investigators that are behind, Christine and her family. And I think that's how they want this to pretty much go down, is what I'm assuming. So very interesting to see how this is kind of unfolding.
This case.
Yeah. And what do you think of the case in general? I mean, you've obviously been following it. There's a lot of people very passionate on both sides.
It's heartbreaking. It's an awful, awful case. I was reading all about it last night, and you have Attorney Crump involved now. He's going to do an excellent job. Once you get Ben on any case, he demands transparency, and I think that's why you're seeing all of this around the grand jury. And then, of course, you have a judge's child involved, which also makes it more heightened and more inclined for the public to scrutinize it. But it's an awful case. It's heartbreaking. It really is.
And there's been like death threats on people involved, on some of the other kids that were out on the island. It seems some of it, I think we just have to be more patient with waiting for everybody who kind of wants answers right away. And I get it, especially if it was like my child too. You can't blame Nolan Wells' family for wanting to know what happened to him.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, I do think like with the grand jury, it takes time, right?
Absolutely. Yes. That's what makes the process work. These grand jury indictments it's tried, it's tested, it really is fair accountability in our system. And I think we just have to be patient. Of course, if we were the family of the victim, we would be up in arms, just like their family as well.
And when you say they have subpoena power, how does that work?
So they essentially are the investigative body during the time that they are in the grand jury. So they can subpoena, they can bring anyone in that they want. It's like presenting to a jury. When you present to a jury, and then if you have the privilege of talking to a jury after, if you try a case, like when I was a prior prosecutor, sometimes we would run out and we would say, what more did you want to know? And jurors always come back with amazing questions that you're just like, oh my goodness, I didn't think about that. Because you have to remember, jurors are like everyday people. They're the post office man, they're the construction worker, they're the nurse, they're the doctor, they're the 18-year-old student who just entered college. So you have diversity of thought in that room. And so at the grand jury level, you really have that. They are able to ask all of those questions that everyday people would be asking, and then subpoena documents, subpoena forensics, subpoena people to get to the bottom of the case for charging.
With this case, and we just don't know yet, his official autopsy hasn't come back. We don't really know what happened, but it does seem sometimes, and I kind of understand from, interviewing victims' families, but sometimes like people have a hard time accepting when something is an accident. It's, you know, which I understand, but I don't know if it's sometimes unfair to others involved. You know what I mean?
No, of course. I mean,
Yeah.
You'll never know as a mom, as a father, when you're looking at something like this case with all the secrets and, you know, there was just discrepancies in his location. And then the phone call to the mother, it's like, have you seen your son? And she's like, what are you talking about? You're supposed to be with my son. And, you know, anything where you have multiple witnesses and teenagers, there's always going to be kind of that suspicion of, was it an accident?
Yeah. And a mom also, you know, sometimes there's a gut feeling like something just isn't right.
Absolutely.
So, anything else you think that stands out to you with the case? Kind of where things are now?
I think we just have to be patient and we have to wait. I think it's going to be interesting. And Attorney Crump is going to make it even more interesting here on, you know, doing their own forensics, of the phone, doing their own autopsy. Everything's going to be double checked. And I think law enforcement knows that.
And he's taken some criticism just because he kind of makes a big deal out of everything, you know, but at the same time, he does get eyeballs on a case. I mean, it is probably going to be handled more crossing every T, dotting every, do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I mean, you can't really criticize him because the victim's family have a constitutional right to counsel and to ask these questions. And so they have people who are going to make sure that law enforcement definitely does a thorough investigation here.
I really appreciate the judge for taking the time to talk with me. She's always really helpful at explaining things, especially like the grand jury.
Crazy. And I like what she had to say. I almost feel like that, you know, this, I've always felt like this in this case, though, that there's a good possibility that she doesn't, the mother of Nolan Wells doesn't want to accept the fact that this may be an accident. And this is what bothers me the most, is the fact that she's demanding justice, which means she's pointing the finger, because justice results in somebody getting arrested. So if that's what she wants the outcome to be, which she most certainly shouldn't, but and she's entitled to believe what she wants to believe, which I don't know. I'm both ways with this. I think there's the possibility of somebody being killed here. And then there's a possibility of this just being an accident, or the possibility that this could be a cover up. So I don't know. But this case has been questionable from jump, and I think that's what makes this case so unique and very, very interesting. And I'm just not going to be surprised if the outcome of this situation is it turns out to be an accident. But because of the controversy, the scrutiny, and everything to go with this case, there's always going to be a lot of people, even once this is ruled to be whatever it is. And let's just say that this case with Nolan Wells is ruled to be an accident. There's going to be so many people out there that still believe that they were treated wrong. So I just hope that they could prove to her, if it is that it turns out that it's an accident, enough to convince her that it is. And I hope moving forward, if she's convinced, that she's able to tell the world that, look, this was an accident, instead of letting the world go on and making it a big old thing as it already is. Hopefully that will tone people down if it turns out that it's an accident. Hopefully she can accept it and publicly put that out there, that she's accepted that, and that's truly what it is. And I hope that they're able to get enough evidence amongst the family for her to, you know, really, really determine the true outcome of what really happened. And real quick, Lynn, yeah, I think I'm one of the few. I know JLR's covered it seldomly, not too much. There are other streamers, but a lot of them, as far as the streamers that I've been around, no, none of them are covering the Nolan Wells case besides me. I don't think anybody else besides me has really interest in the Nolan Wells case. I love this. I'm enjoying this case. And it was actually from one of the viewers who requested for me to cover this case, but I'm glad they asked, because I would have been not. I mean, I can't say I wouldn't have been mad that I didn't cover it, but I mean, I'm glad. I'm just glad I covered this case because I mean, this is a good case. Just with everything that's going on with this case, I am. At Lynn, Juice is the best. I try to be, Angela. And thank you for being here, by the way. I appreciate that a lot. I try. Much love, guys. And I know I don't have a whole ton of information tonight, as far as news wise. And it's supposed to be a chill night though, where we just kind of kick back and just have conversations about these cases and share our thoughts or whatnot, on some of these cases here. So I wasn't expecting to have a big night or a crazy night where we're getting a whole lot of information out there that, you know, people didn't know about. Wasn't one of those nights for me, so I can't be mad. So I'm gonna play because this is
So
TikTok has been great. Like they've been digging up so much information. It's been crazy. I might play a little Tatum tonight, but for the most part, we might have to run up some of these TikTok videos. The Pink Panda lady, she's been great. She's been great. That lady, I mean, she has dug up so much information. It's not even funny. They've made her even refrain from saying people's names because she's been so good with putting information out there about the Nolan Wells case. And it's all been true. All right, so let me read chat real quick here. Do you like Tatum, Juice? I like him. I love him. I don't know about you guys, but I mean, a lot of people don't like him. I like him. I like Tatum. I think Tatum's great. There's some things not to like about him, I guess, but I'm not really looking for that, I guess. I don't know. There's always something to not like about somebody, though, you know? Hey, Lynn, I appreciate that. Let's pull up. Let's watch some TikTok real quick, because this is really the TikTok videos have been good, guys, and they're really gonna have people thinking, and I think that's the whole point of the TikTok. I might even just start doing videos just on TikToks alone, like pertaining to like crime and cases. Because I mean, these TikToks have just been great. I mean, they've been really putting out really good information. I might start with Big Kish because Big Kish has been putting out some good information. Cajun Navy exclusive. Yeah, I just don't like the way Tatum kind of fights with everybody when it comes to like people talking about, but he has a right to defend his family or his wife, but I don't think it's always necessary. Hoblin says justice is not a part of American culture. Wow. Okay. All right. I just don't like the fact that they're pushing justice when they don't even know what really happened. That's what's bothering me. If we don't know really what happened here, we shouldn't be trying to get somebody locked up, because at the end of the day, you owe somebody an apology if you're wrong, you know, and if you sense something wrong, you sense it. I can't hold anybody to that, you know. I respect that 100%. If the mother truly feels like and she does, that someone is responsible for what happened to Nolan, she has every right to believe that. So I can't really be mad at her at all. what I'm hoping, like I said, is I just really hope that she accepts what they figure out. If it is that this is an accident, I just hope that she just really can accept that. But I just feel like in this situation, it's going to end up where they've proven that this is an accident and she just won't accept it. They're just going to keep throwing Mississippi or the law enforcement surrounding Mississippi under the bus. But for those that are watching, they're going to know what the truth really is, if that's what this comes down to. So we'll see, chat. We will see. Just bear with me, folks. I'm trying to get my other screen up here. I'm trying to find it. So we could play a couple videos on TikTok here. I have a better screen to show some of these videos on. And I just want to pull it up here so we don't, just so we could see it better. Where is it? Oh, no, this is not it. Ay, ay, ay. Trying to pull this up here. But I don't know what I had it under, I guess. That's tough. Did I miss your comment, Angel? Give me 1 second. I'll pull it up in a sec. All right, I'm gonna have to make another screen here. I had a screen set up specifically for TikTok, but I'm gonna have to make a separate screen here, which isn't gonna take long, but that's crazy. I don't know. It must have deleted itself or something. It's really weird. All right, that's fine. We'll make another screen here. As you can tell, I'm highly unprepared tonight. But that's all right. Sometimes we want to get on and just talk about the active cases that we've been covering. So I'm not mad at it. I'm almost there. All right. I think this should be a big enough screen for us to watch some of these videos on here. All right, check this out. And I'll start it over here because we don't have any
Everybody's just trying to figure out what happened in this NOLAN WELLS case. One question, y'all. Who is this laying on the floor of the boat? Who is that? Kind of look like a melanated person? I don't know. Could be the lighting, could be the shading. Everybody's just trying to figure out what happened in this NOLAN WELLS case. So my question to you is, who is this that is on the floor of the boat and everybody is chilling all around like it's just a normal day on the water? Get in the comment section now. Subscribe to Uda On Go, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. Let's go.
So some people in the comment sections are saying that that's his leg. They killed him. The girls need to go down. Also, I've been saying this. Who is this? And I'll zoom in for you guys real quick too. He's saying that that's Nolan laying in the boat. It does look like there's a body laying around. There are other pictures where you'll see people hanging around the boat. No one's ever in the middle. You got a guy standing up at one point in time. Like, no one wants to stand in the middle of the boat. And you'll see other people as we watch videos here kind of reveal certain other things too. All right, let me move this over real quick here. I don't like where... I don't like the video, the side of the video that it's playing on here. So we're just literally switching sides here. All right. So I'm gonna play this one more time.
It's laying on the floor of the boat. Who is that? Kind of look like a melanated person? I don't know. Could be the lighting, could be the shading. Everybody's just trying to figure out what happened in this NOLAN WELLS case. So my question to you is, who is this that is on the floor of the boat and everybody is chilling all around like it's just a normal day on the water? Get in the comment section now. Subscribe to Uda On Go YouTube.
All right, so what we're gonna do is, how is it paused on this screen? Okay, I'm gonna zoom in real quick, and y'all let me know what y'all think here. I don't know, chat. I can't call it, but it does look like appears to me is, if I had to say, you know, what I think, I would say this could be the arm here, like he's laying on his side, and this would be the head, which almost looks like there's like an afro. I don't know what this guy's doing. It looks like he has his hand over his mouth, like something is totally wrong. I have no idea what that guy's doing here. So I want to find more videos. That's the goal. To see, you know, just to see if we could kind of observe what people looks like character-wise.
TikTok, Instagram. Let's go. Lighting could be the shit of the boat. Who is that? One question, y'all. Who?
Yeah, it's funny because everybody's just like hanging around this boat. Like they're all on the outer skirts of the boat, which is a weird.
This is the most up-to-date NOLAN WELLS piece of information that just doesn't line up. You've heard a lot so far, but this one is really taking the cake for me. By now, everyone has heard the recording of the Sea Tow, which is like a towing company for boats that NOLAN WELLS' friends made. You heard the dispatch, you heard everything. Here's the one that doesn't make sense. Now we're being told, again, we got to be able to confirm it 100%. Right now we're at like 90% confirmation of it, that one of the friends, the grandfather called, or the father called, spoke with somebody and said, oh, they no longer need emergency assistance. The reason why that doesn't really add up or make sense to me is because the kid that's on the phone with Sea Tow dispatch sounds like, hey, you guys need to get here. Like, we're taking on water. We're going to sink. You guys need to get here. What transpired from the moment that the person allegedly called and said, hey, we're all set, they're good, they don't need emergency services, to him being frantic on the phone? Did that really happen? If it did, why was none of the friends aware of it, and why wasn't it stated at one point on that recorded line? That's the part that I'm not understanding. And if it did happen, and the grandfather did call, did he call and speak with someone else?
I have an update for you in the NOLAN WELLS case. NOLAN WELLS family has hired an audio expert to clean up the Sea Tow call from July 4th. And there's one part people are really zeroing in on, people who are watching about this. The dispatcher asks whether everyone is on board. The call appears to say...
All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How many...
Yeah, everyone is on board. That's what the caller appears to say. Now, some people are hearing that and saying that it conflicts with later accounts about Nolan being left behind on Horn Island. Maybe. We don't know. We have to be careful here because we don't
Kim Wells,
know
much love.
exactly what the caller meant by everyone who they believe was on board at the moment, or whether that interpretation is even correct. So that's all speculation right now, but they are examining. They've hired a forensics audio person to deal with this, or an audio expert. For weeks, people online have been trying to solve this case by listening to muffled audio and deciding what they think it means. That's not enough. The experts may be able to tell us more clearly what was said, but what it means, that still has to be established by the evidence in the investigation.
Did y'all see the girl Did y'all see the girl talking about Nolan was at a pool party with her after they left the island? She said, bro, Nono didn't get into a fight at the island. It was our other friend. Nono and Wyatt did get into an altercation right after that, not even 10 minutes later, because Wyatt took his phone and Evan was trying to be hard. Nolan was definitely screaming, give me my fucking phone back, nigga. What the hell wrong with you? So they all calmed down. So that's when we head to Evan's house because he was throwing a pool party. So yes, Nono came to the party and yes, we was drinking, but Wyatt and Evan and Morgan and Andrew was really high. And I think they was trying to get Lucy and Natalie to try some as well. But yes, they got into it again at the pool party. It didn't end until almost 1 a.m. I know Evan's mom kicked us all out. Once they started fighting, it was Andrew and Evan and Wyatt. And Warren was basically recording and laughing, saying, get him, get him. And all I could hear was Nono screaming, Mom. So yes, I tried helping. Then his mom came out, screaming, yelling drunk, making us leave, and was saying she was going to call the cops on us if we didn't leave her house. But they didn't let Nono leave, and Nono was by the basketball goal that was inside the pool. He was leaning over beside it, gasping for air and spitting up blood. But now his mom, no, I just got off the phone with her. Now, all of this is alleged, so we won't know if this is a true story unless his mom comes out and confirms, yes, this girl did call and tell me this story. And this is the supposed picture that they deleted from their socials, and it's showing Nolan at the pool party with them. But if this is the case, that makes a lot of sense as to why Nolan's parents went out to find his body and didn't find anything, and then he somehow washes up shore the next day. So that means that they took Nolan's body back out there.
I keep saying that.
To make it seem as if he never left the island.
Exactly. That's one of the things that I could say that could be a more possibility if there is, it turns out in this case, if there's actually foul play. Then I think they would have had to taken him back because of the stops, the amount of stops that they took. But that's why the digital evidence is going to be important in this case, because if they went back at a certain time, they're going to have to answer as to what they were doing when they went back. So I don't know, but it does always come to my mind whether or not they went back or not. Did they go back?
Now we know why these motherfuckers lawyered up so fast. Because they know what the fuck is coming. The police better be confiscating every single last one of these little motherfuckers' phones and going through it and getting all the data that they need to see exactly what the fuck happened to Nolan.
Right, and that should be most important. I mean, and I feel like we should be somewhere by now, but I mean, we probably are, and we just won't know until we get in front of the grand jury.
And I'm still trying to figure out why nobody is talking about how Nolan Wells' father went back to Horn Island to search for his son when he found out that he was missing. He had a friend that had a boat, and they
hold on. What?
To Horn Island.
Go back.
To figure out why nobody is talking about how Nolan Wells' father went back to Horn Island to search for his son when he found out that he was missing. He had a friend that had a boat, and they went to the island.
We went on the island.
No, she's wrong. He didn't go back. He told his friend he didn't want to go back because he was under the impression that Nolan was not on the island. What is she talking about?
He called me, and we're going to start on this end. I said, well, we're probably going to start on the other end. So
that was the first time he went to the island. She needs to get her story straight.
Me, my wife, Coach Bramley, and a high school classmate of mine were the only, we were the first ones out there looking.
And looked up and down and round and round. And there was no Nolan to be found. But yet, when the Cajun Navy went to Horn Island, Nolan Wells' body was in the water. Now make that make sense.
I don't know what she was saying. I didn't get her point.
Tonight in the Nolan Wells investigation. Tonight, a Nolan Wells phone evidence torpedo. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories.
The Triton, as you said, left around 4:30. And so those witnesses have went to investigators, they've talked to the police, and they've done what they're supposed to do. These witnesses know Nolan. They've known him for a long time. They were able to make a positive ID, and they told that to investigators. They told them that from the very start.
What witnesses? Where? Who, what, where, why, and when? That is a renowned trial lawyer named Tyler Cox, and he is representing the acquaintances of Nolan's that took him to Horn Island on their boat, the Triton. Curious, we've seen, hey, let's pull up that video, control room, of everyone getting on the boat before they went to Horn Island.
Right, good point to the person in the chat. The Cajun Navy's not even the one who found. I don't know what that lady was talking about last, but yeah. The Cajun Navy, did not find his body. It was like a national park ranger.
It's very interesting, evidentiarily. Okay, here we go. This was from the Officer Tatum show, and you're about to see people. There they are down at the right. And there's actual video of people see the boat at about 1 o'clock. Oh, there we go. Excellent shot, guys. People are getting on, people getting off. And it keeps going to where you see everybody that got on the boat. But here's my big question tonight, before I can even get to the alleged witnesses that Tyler Cox is telling us about. Dave Mack, joining me, Crime Stories investigative reporter. Can I see the video again, please? Dave Mack, I'm seeing everybody preparing the Triton to go out, preparing to go out. In this shot, they're down at about 3 o'clock. Okay, keep looking. 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And then suddenly you switch to a different camera. There you go. That's the boat. So, Dave Mack, where is the evidence? Where is the video of the boat? Is that Nolan right there? Walking along the light blue shorts, and he at that time had on a white shirt. I think that's Nolan right there. Dave Mack, where is the evidence, the video evidence of them coming back?
Nancy, we have not seen evidence of them coming back. Remember, 3 boats caravaned out to the island, and then we have different stories about when they arrived back on the mainland. But we don't have video of any of them
So we don't
showing
have
back
that
up.
video.
Correct.
Okay, let's circle back to the alleged witnesses that he's a great trial lawyer, by the way. Wins a lot of cases. This Tyler Cox, he's representing the acquaintances that went to Horn Island with Nolan. I've got to get to the phone torpedo, but he's not the only one that says they have witnesses. Listen.
And these 2 witnesses, 2 very reliable, very credible, and very upstanding members of the community, they saw Nolan. And they've known Nolan for years. There's no chance that they made a mistake. And by the way, this can be corroborated through other evidence, other eyewitness accounts. And that's the end of it right there.
That's from the Officer Tatum show. Susan Hendricks joining me, veteran, investigative journalist, author of Down the Hill, My Descent into the Double Murder in Delphi. What witnesses? I understand that there's video and witnesses. One places him there at 5, one places him there at 6. Significance, the Triton, and we can show this by GPS. They are right about this, left Horn Island around 4:30. So if he is spotted, and you can confirm to me that he is spotted there at 5 or 6, if that video has a timestamp on it, and I can corroborate that, or I can corroborate the witnesses weren't drunk. Hey, let's see that video, control room again, of Nolan bent over, and all you can see is his blue trunk right there. Now, that's not a very good eyewitness right there, okay? Do I think that's him? Yeah, I do. I do think that's Nolan. But I would tear that up in court. Tear it to shreds. In the Nolan Wells investigation tonight.
All right. So she threw me off when she said 3 o'clock and they were showing them getting on the boat on the main dock. I didn't really get that part. Maybe she was just saying 3 o'clock, like, you know, maybe she was pointing out the fact that she was looking at something. I don't know.
We now have more footage from the day that Nolan Wells allegedly goes missing on July 4th, 2026. But you're going to notice something very interesting to my point that I've been bringing up for quite some time. Take a look at this video by one of the boaters on Horn Island that was anchored down around 11:15, 11:17 in the morning before it got really congested and really, really busy that day.
We're out here. Everybody's coming out still at 11:15 at the island.
Look at all the people.
Happy 4th.
Already 11:15 in the morning. All right, now look. What do you notice about that? It actually says Mac Daddy boat. What do you guys remember about that? I'll show you in a second. That Mac Daddy boat, which is right here, that's the same boat that Nolan Wells allegedly, if this is Nolan Wells, we do not know. That was the infamous picture that we've seen of, apparently, allegedly, Nolan Wells bending over to grab something. So that boat was seen in that video. But here's the point that I want to make. Did you notice all the people there at 11:15, 11:17 in the morning? Did you notice how many people were already there? And that was before they even got congested, before they got really busy. Which again leads me to my next statement that I've been bringing up many, many times so far over the last couple of weeks. Are you really seriously telling me that no one saw anything that's happening? Are you telling me that no one saw a damn thing? With all those people there, no one saw anything?
Watch this.
What exactly do you see in the photos?
I see a body that matches the description of Nolan Wells, laying face down at the shoreline right at the water's edge. And he was wearing swim trunks and, was not moving, obviously. It just looked like he was sleeping on the beach.
The guy that discovered Nolan's body said he was found laying face down in a sleeping position. Now watch this.
I assumed, Nolan's just, we had been drinking all day and that he's just sleeping somewhere and, that he's okay.
You said you assumed that Nolan was just sleeping somewhere because y'all had been drinking. He slept over your buddy's house or whoever house it was. All of y'all slept over together. Y'all got back there without him. Where else would he be sleeping? Obviously, he didn't go home. He didn't have his phone. You know he wasn't sleeping with Katie, right? So where else would he be sleeping? All right, now watch this.
The next day, it got to be about 1 o'clock on July 5th, and I was like, my mind started to turn. I was like, man, if he's not awake yet, where is he? I got very, very.
You said your mind started to turn because if he's not awake yet. Y'all, I'm going off of his words now.
Wait, what?
Turn.
My mind started to turn. I was like, man, if he's not awake yet, where is he? Wait,
what? What is he talking about? If he's not awake yet, where is he? Awake? So what? What was he saying in this interview? Was he sleeping? I'm so confused.
And I was like, my mind started to turn.
Where else would he be sleeping? All right, now watch this.
The next day, it got to be about 1 o'clock on July 5th, and I was like, my mind started to turn. I was like, man, if he's not awake yet, where is he? I got very, very.
You said your mind started to turn because if he's not awake yet. Y'all, I'm going off of his words now. I'm going off of what he's saying in an interview.
Oh, I can't remember what he was talking about in that interview at that time. Because, people will start the video from a specific part to make it seem like they're saying something when that's not what they're saying. So I was a bit confused as to what he meant. That was kind of weird. But anyway.
If he's not awake yet, I'm no professional, bro. But I can read between the goddamn lines. Come on, man. Come on.
I'm spreading lies by watching videos? Oh.
Come on, y'all. Another thing, right? Y'all said y'all last seen him with Katie because he wanted to stay there, so y'all left and he stayed behind with her. She's saying she last seen him when he was talking to y'all and y'all was telling him to get on the boat. So between y'all and Katie, who is lying? So say if it's true, y'all left and he stayed behind with Katie. Katie, where the fuck did he go? If he was with you, where did he go? Or say she's telling the truth and she's saying, well, last I seen, he was talking to them about getting on the boat.
Yeah, I do have to watch the video because I don't remember where he was talking about.
Joe Scott Morgan, before I give your very, very long intro bio, where's the throat? I know we have.
I want to see this.
Not really, though. You could be realistically, you could. You could.
Why is it that Katie's name is not mentioned in none of the reports? None of the reports, Katie's name is mentioned. But I'll tell you who name is mentioned. Lainey NaQuinn. Okay, Lainey. So can you come to the motherfucking front? Because Warren, Jax, Morgan, every motherfucking goddamn body who got something to do with this Nolan Wells case said Nolan stayed on the island with Katie, right? But Katie is not mentioned in none of the reports. But guess who is? Lainey. Miss Lainey, if you said you ain't seen...
Yeah, some of these people don't have any common sense, but listen, some of these people do. One in particular being this lady, and I'll show you some videos of her right now in just a second.
I know I disappeared there for a minute, just very much mentally wasn't doing very well after losing my page again. Losing my main account shouldn't surprise you because I found out that the father of the girl who allegedly threw the party that night, used to work at Oracle. And just in case you don't know who Oracle is who now owns TikTok. Hopefully, with a little luck, I'm going to win my appeal. And if that doesn't happen, well, I've reached out to some other friends, other creators who have had their pages taken away to see what to do. So yeah, I'm okay. I've brushed my teeth. I've showered. I'll be okay. Make sure you're following me here on this page just in case I don't get it back.
All right, we'll check her out real quick. Let me see. Did she release anything today?
Part 4 of why I believe that Aaron Swartz was unalived in order to cover up the fact he was trying to...
Hold on. That's not Nolan. This girl's good. I like her.
Y'all know I've got something good when I've got the red lipstick on and the glasses busted out. But just like yesterday, they don't want you to see this video. Y'all will have to go over to the other place. Comment section, help them out. Tell them where to go. I can't say anything, otherwise they might not let me post this. And double check and make sure that you're following me here and subscribing on the other page. Y'all know I've got something good when I've got the red...
All right.
Today. Oh my God, what is that?
See, what's bothering me, guys, is I don't understand, and I don't like the way people are all standing around this boat. I don't get it. There is the string in the middle, so you can see they already have a line hooked up. I don't know what this line is for. I'm assuming that it was because they were getting towed, and it looked like they were getting towed when they was on the phone with Cito. So that's what was a little bit weird to me. There are a lot of things that are weird, but we just don't know exactly, because, obviously we can't make sense of something we don't know.
What is that? Today. Oh my God, what is that?
She's pointing out, I think, something red on the boat, like if it's blood or something like that. I just don't understand why they all continue to stand around the boat. And you see some pictures, no one really stands in the middle of the boat. But being that we can see that, the middle of the boat right there, at least we know there's nothing stopping them from being in the middle of the boat in this particular picture right there. And meaning that there's nothing in the middle of the boat. Not saying pertaining to a body, but I'm just saying something that's a part of the boat. So that's good to know, because I always wondered what is there on that boat. Perhaps that would be why they would be kind of hovered around that specific area.
All right, after this, I'm probably going to take a couple days off because my brain needs a rest after.
All right. I want to pull up some J Megan here, because this girl's really gets to the bottom of some things here. I like her videos here. And I think she's got her post where she kind of starts from the beginning of this case here. But I'm going to play this one here. Let me pull it up. All right, we're going to play this one here. Hold on, chat. Bet.
Match with the... I found them. I found all the people that were on Katie's boat, y'all. Shout out to the real Jada J that turned me on to this picture. And as y'all can see, we've got a match with the necklace and the swimsuit. Think I busted out my glasses and red lipstick just for the swimsuit? Nah. Now, as I talked about yesterday, we've all suspected that this is Kendall for a while now. The identity of this curly-haired girl has always eluded us. Well, not anymore, folks. For now, I'm gonna just refer to these girls as T, and L. As you can see, L clearly has the same kind of hair texture that's in the bottom of this picture. We know that these two were together on 4th of July, and T did not one, but 2 Nolan tributes after his body was found. Now, another one of their friends had a reel, which they did a little panning video on the best 4th of July ever. And who was in that video? Well, that looks to me to be Jacob, Kendall's longtime boyfriend. So it seems confirmation to me that both Kendall and her boyfriend were on this boat the entire day. Now that I have found this group of friends, I was scouring the pictures and I found this. We've got Elle with somebody I immediately recognized because I remembered that swimsuit, and they tried to hide this picture in a document dump so you didn't know what day it was. Well, if it isn't Nevaeh.
Oh, she back! She back!
Same swimsuit, same belly ring, and there she is clearly earlier in the day with Kendall, clearly on the same boat. And just in case you didn't see my video on the Tube of You yesterday, or just need a reminder, here was the friend group breakdown that I had. But to me, this seemingly clearly confirms that these two were on this boat probably all day. I say this because there's another picture from the summer with Nevaeh with the little pink cup right here. You can see the pink cup in the lap of Kendall up here, along with the matching, poles and this, all of it matches. Now I want to go back to this picture because in the background there, you see somebody seemingly approaching the group to join them to go out in red shorts. And y'all know that I've been saying for a while that in my humble opinion, I believe that the person in red shorts is Warren's brother. But now I also think there's a strong possibility that it could be Lainey's boyfriend, Drew. Just as further confirmation, these glasses match the glasses that are in the Katie Snapchat. I think it's pretty safe to say that we definitely found the people that were on the boat with Katie. Now here's where it gets a little interesting to me though. Look at how late in the day this picture seems to be taken. And they clearly were still out at night. So did they drop everybody else off? Did they come back out? Got a lot of unknowns here, but I did my social media scour. And let me explain to you what I found. So we've got L and T on the boat with Kendall and Nevaeh, like we've confirmed that. We also know at some point Katie was on the boat with them as well. T was the only one that seemed to be connected to Nolan on social media. Now remember how the person who released the Snapchat pictures of Katie said that they were not friends with her? Well, I found that T was actually connected to a lot of people social media wise, whether they were following her or she was following them. I was able to find Javon. I was able to find Ava D, the girl from the party. I was able to find the entire Hudson family, as well as Katie, Lainey, Trin, Ava, all of the other friend group, the core group that I talked about yesterday. And I found out that L was either following or was followed by Ava, Jax, and Bart. Now here's the real kicker. When I went to T's Book of Face page, I found out that she was FB friends with not only Warren's mom, but Bart's mom as well, and several other adults that are close friends with that mom group. And I also found out that Lainey and Nevaeh are both friends with the older McGrath brother, but it seems like he was in Texas at the time, so most likely he was not on the boat or around for this. However, he does have a younger brother who is friends with T on social media. And that makes me wonder if the younger McGrath brother might have been on that boat. Now remember, Lainey said that she was not on Horn Island. She was with a different group of friends on a different island altogether. But now I'm wondering if this boat, this group, might have been the other group that they got into the altercation with. Because remember, they specifically said that they knew the guy, like knew of him, but they weren't like friends with him. Because does nobody else think it's weird that whoever else they were fighting on the beach hasn't come forward? Especially if they were people that didn't really know these people? But could this boat have been the fourth boat that we've seen? Because if this is the same red shorts guy, then how did he get onto the other boat?
I don't know, man. She's pretty good. I like the way she digs up her information. It's really hard to say though. I mean, that girl's good though. I mean, she's figured out a lot of stuff. I mean, I can't say she's got it all figured out as far as the friends circle. But I don't know, guys. I think she's dang close. She's pretty close, if not right on the money. And I think that they've banned her from TikTok because of, her being able to dig up all the information that she has, which is quite interesting, I have to say.
I know I disappeared there for a minute.
So I don't know. I can't call it, but I like her. She's great. J Megan is the name on YouTube if you want to check her out here. J. Megan. I had a video I wanted to play here, but I got to find it here. So we know Al Sharpton is being sued. The friends have threatened to sue Al Sharpton. And from what I'm hearing, I mean, he's kind of checked one of the friends of Nolan Wells that has threatened to sue him. And from what I know, he's not backing down either. So we'll see. I don't even know if these guys are going to be successful with all these lawsuits that seem to be in place either. It's kind of weird. It just seems like it's too early. Like we haven't even determined the outcome of this situation to really start suing people. I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, in defamation of character, it is what it is. You should try to survive in our community. If you cry here, you won't last an hour. What happened? Lynn said she was confused. What were you confused about? Kim Jones says drinking and boating don't mix, especially all day in the heat. Bad mix. I agree. And the fact that he can remember, it was interesting to me that Warren remembered the specific times that they left. He just remembered certain things that you wouldn't remember when you're under the influence of alcohol. A lot of times people can't even hardly remember, what all they did throughout that entire day. So for him to specifically remember specific times pertaining to specific things, it's kind of weird. And you're out, you're having a good time. You're not trying to pay any attention to the time. I mean, the only reason why you would be looking at the time is to see, okay, like whatever agreement, maybe they had an agreement on the time that they were going to leave the island. Other than that, or maybe they had a time that they needed to be home. So that would be the only reason to look at the time and I guess remember it. But I don't know. I just thought it was weird that Warren really remembered some of these times. I'm like, how are you remembering these times? It's so crazy. All right. I think we're gonna I'm trying to find this video. Okay, here it is, I think. Okay, let's check this out. Let me put this video on the screen here. Just playing some videos, guys. We're just looking at some videos here.
I'm Janaba.
Throughout
The
TikTok
days
here.
of slandering white people and thinking you're going to get away with it are over.
The thing is, I just feel like Ben Crump, Al Sharpton, they thought they were going into Mississippi and they...
So these are even people that are upset with them. And these people are people of color, is what you could say, I guess. These people are upset, I think, with Sharp and Crump, I believe.
People and thinking you're going to get away with it are over.
The thing is, I just feel like Ben Crump, Al Sharpton, they thought they were going into Mississippi and they keep talking about Mississippi's history. I don't know, they thought these people were backwards. I don't know what. But they came to play with the wrong people. I'm telling y'all right now.
As people continue to await updates in regards to the case of Nolan Wells, it appears that many are talking about a new move by his friends, Warner Hudson, Jack Spatalo, and Morgan Seymour, threatening to sue Al Sharpton, who has been advocating for Wells over his past comments on the case. According to a 19-page letter, their attorneys Edward Palzik and Tyler Cox will go on to call out Sharpton for implying that the three mentioned friends are possibly behind the disappearance and death of Nolan Wells. Now, if you can recall, Wells would travel to Horn Island, Mississippi with these friends, along with others, to celebrate July 4th. At the end of that day, they would return and he would not, and his body would be found 2 days later on the island. The media suspicions of the friends would follow across social media. However, local law enforcement would suggest early on that they did not see any signs of foul play. In the new threat sent to Sharpton, it would read, "You falsely accuse these three completely innocent young men of extremely serious wrongdoings that constitutes multiple felonies under Mississippi law, including but not limited to murder, hindering prosecution in the first degree, and tampering with physical evidence. There could be no doubt that you were intentionally referring to Warren, Jax, and Morgan, as evidenced by your multiple references to Nolan's 3 friends. Now, their attorneys have gone on to request, in their threat to sue, that Sharpton publicly apologize, retract, and delete all statements he made about the 3 young men for things to not move further. Now, despite this warning, it appears that Sharpton is not backing down, as he previously stated before.
Then another one talking about they're gonna sue us, since none of these young boys are saying nothing. You file a lawsuit, they gonna have to say something. I want to see their cell phone logs. I want to see all their social media. Let's open it up.
On Friday, immediately following
the Sharp striking back
threat to sue, Sharpton has now fired back and even encouraged the lawsuit once again. Now, interesting enough, he would also reveal new information that Nolan's friends, who are at the center of this, would end up calling into Wells' prayer vigil held on his birthday last week. I welcome the lawsuit and will have my attorneys be in touch with theirs to arrange for them to serve me so we can get in court. I convened a prayer vigil on what would have been Nolan's 19th birthday, and 3 of the young men joined the Zoom, and I asked them to come forward. While I did not know their names, so I did not defame them, we have a right and duty to raise questions that were raised to me by Nolan's parents. From the onset of this case, I publicly stated that I welcomed any litigation that would legally require every person that was with Nolan Wells before his death to be forced to answer questions under oath. Litigation requires depositions, discovery, and a complete examination of the facts. I have been involved in the case for one sole reason: to help Nolan's parents, Christine and Elmore, find the truth in what happened to their beloved son through a transparent and accountable investigation. If a lawsuit is a catalyst for the truth, then it is welcomed, and it will not deter NAN or me from continuing to stand with the family in the pursuit of justice.
I've been told that one of the people that was with Nolan has been online watching this. If you want to come forward, call us. I'll get you an attorney. I'll pay for your attorney of your choice. We just want the truth. You don't.
Wow, that's huge. Run it back.
From continuing to stand with the family in the pursuit of justice.
I've been told that one of the people that was with Nolan has been online watching this. If you want to come forward, call us. I'll get you an attorney. I'll pay for your attorney of your choice. We just want the truth. You don't, if you have nothing to really be concerned about, then you should step forward. All these parents have said from the beginning is they want the truth. So if you want to join in on what we're seeking, you're welcomed. We don't have to slip and slide here. We just want the truth about a young man who we should be celebrating his birthday today.
See, for me, this is where it gets a little difficult here. First of all, when you're talking about the truth, be more specific. The truth about what specifically? The truth meaning that you believe that somebody is responsible for this. I'm assuming so, right? So what would convince them, for one, what would convince them that this is, that them saying that nothing happened to, or they weren't responsible for what happened to Nolan, or it was an accident, or they don't know what happened to him, he truly left. You know, at what point, what's going to convince them that that is the truth? You know, so is he specifically saying that they're not going to accept anything revolving around the truth? The only way they're going to accept it is if somebody's coming forth and saying, look, I know who killed him. Basically, I know who is responsible for what happened to Nolan, or I know who may have accidentally killed him, or look, he died accidentally and we were there, and we didn't want to get in trouble, so we tried to cover this up. I think I lost y'all, but it's all good. So I mean, they just want they want justice, and they just want somebody to be accountable for what happened here, meaning they want somebody to go to jail for this specific situation. They are not taking the fact that Nolan Wells drowned for nothing whatsoever. Nothing, and no matter
now
what these boys do, they are not going to accept that. Here's the thing for me. Is it possible that we have the wrong people of interest that we think are responsible for whatever might have happened to Nolan Wells? So if it by chance this has something to do with somebody being responsible for what happened to this, to what happened to Nolan, by chance, is it possible that we have the wrong boys? Chat, I swear it's YouTube. I truly swear it's YouTube. I mean, YouTube just keeps on doing this to me. I mean, my connection's good. I don't know how we keep disconnecting and then reconnecting, and it's got to be YouTube. This like happens every time, and it's like usually when we're like 3 hours in, it just starts like doing this, which is crazy. I don't know why it does that. But I mean, we have good internet. So I just don't get it. So real quick here, I want to look up something real quick, chat. Let me see here. So real quick here, because I don't think a lot of people realize this. Morgan and Warren, I believe they have to be brothers. I'm not too sure. Are they brothers? No, I don't think so. Do they have the same last name? Because it's Warren Hudson and then it's Seymour. No, okay, so I'm reading something wrong here. I'm looking at something on Facebook, but I thought that maybe he could have been the brother. But they all have different last names. But I was looking at it says Katie Hudson Seymour, which is super weird. Katie Hudson Seymour. Why is that name together? So is that? I'm assuming that must be the sister. Katie must be the sister of Warren, which is quite interesting. Hold on, chat. Because Morgan's last name is Seymour. Let's pull this up on the stream, guys. We need to investigate here. Who the hell is this? I'm a bit confused here. Okay, because we got Warren Hudson and then the other friend Morgan Seymour. Okay, so here's Katie here. How does she have both last names? Are they brothers and one? Because remember, Warren has two mothers, one a stepmother and then the other mother, which were both involved on two different pages early on in the beginning of this investigation. So we got to do some research here. And then you got Warren in the background here. I don't see any other party group of friends that seem to be, related. So I'm a bit confused here. Is Warren a brother? Is Morgan his brother? I've never really figured that out. Let's just look it up here. Is that the brother? Is that the brother that he was saying that got into a fight on the island? And why didn't they ever talk about that fight that he got into when they did the interview? If that's his brother. I think that is his brother. I never really realized that. It's not? Is that not his brother? So confused. So half brother? Chat, help me out here. I'm so confused. I don't understand. I mean, it has to be because. But why would Katie share both last names? Why would she have them both on here? And this is not. Is this the Katie that he was with? All right, let's go to the Katie real quick that Nolan was with real quick. We got to take a look real quick. Make sure we're looking at the right Katie here. Half brother, brother, whatever. I want to know. Trying to get this picture pulled up real quick, chat. All right, so this is Katie. Okay. Hold on. Is that? Okay, that has to be Katie. That doesn't seem like the same girl, but yeah, that has to be the same girl. Same ears, same nose. The nose look different though. I'm so confused. Maybe it's just a whole other Katie. Maybe they got a bunch of Katies in Mississippi. I don't know. Maybe let's look at a different picture. Or is this the mom? Maybe it's the mom. Oh, so it must be the mom. But why would the mom have different two last names? Or maybe that's a picture of her mom. Looks like it's Warren's mom. And she shares both of the last names. Okay. That makes more sense. I think this is the mom. And she kept both of her last names. Yeah. But who is... And look at this. So they definitely, obviously, are on the boats a lot. It doesn't look like he's on Horn Island, though. I'm like, is this guy on Horn Island on April 21st? Which looks like his dad. They definitely go out to these beaches a lot. Or islands, in other words, wherever they are. And this is why Warren understands these boats so well, because his family goes out and does this stuff often. It looks like Warren right there, actually. Yep. All it takes is research online. We really should start getting active on Facebook and doing research on some of these people. But okay, so I think this is the mom, guys. I thought that this was like a girl Katie. I was trying to figure out if this was like a sister or something. But still, what's weird is she still has the same last name as the other kid. And I'm just trying to figure out if Jax is in any of these pictures here, because if he is, then that would mean that they're half brothers or brothers. That's why I'm so confused, because Jack, I'm sorry, not Jack, I'm sorry, Morgan, his last name is Seymour, and then Warren's last name is Hudson. And where is Morgan? They have to be brothers or half brothers. And we know exactly what this guy looks like. He was like one of the most awkward ones to me, out of the friends. That's weird, because he's not in any of these pictures. Am I high? I don't even get high. So they're not related, but they have the same last name. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm so confused. So how would she share both last names of two different friends though? If this is the mom, how would she have both? Maybe this is her middle name. So she would have she would have her son's last name as her middle name. That wouldn't even make sense. And then have the last name of the other friend. I'm just trying to figure it out, Chad. That's why I'm asking for y'all help. I'm not trying to act like I'm high. I'm just confused. She's been with both fathers? Oh, God. No, I'm not talking about Katie, the girl that he was with. I already debunked that. I thought I was looking at Katie, the girl, but it was the daughter of the lady named Katie that we're looking at. But this is a mom. This is not a daughter. This is not a little kid, okay? This is an actual grown adult, which seems to be in her 50s, maybe late 40s, but I would assume early or late 50s, probably early 50s. So we're looking at the mom of probably Warren. And I don't know. I don't remember what the judge looks like in between Warren's mom and his stepmom. I'm assuming that would be maybe his stepmom. I don't know. I don't know what she looks like. I haven't really took the time to look to see what they actually look like. J. Mary says none of them are related. You're doxing the people? I'm not doxing the people. By looking up to see if they're related? I'm not allowed to go on Facebooks and search to see if they're related? Dang, chat. It's not that serious. Maiden name and married name, maybe. My son has my last name and his dad's and his dad's. Okay. Maybe that her maiden name and he has her maiden. Maybe that her maiden name and he has her maiden name and she got married after. I don't think you guys are understanding what I'm saying. So the friend, all right, we'll pull him up here. Let's go to Officer Tatum here. What I'm trying to say is we pull up the interview here. I wanted to watch that tonight, but I don't think I'm gonna stay on that long to watch it.
Why would we call Cito if we have a dead body on the boat? Why would...
I wish he would like hover over their names when he starts the interview. But anyway, so you got the three boys right here, okay? Okay, so that's what he looks like. Okay, just to have it memorized in my head, even though I already know. So this is Morgan. That's Jax. So Morgan Seymour, or however you say his last name, that's Jax, I'm assuming. And then there's Warren there. Hudson. Is Warren and Morgan related? Are these two related? Are they brothers? Is this the brother that he said that he had to go see about because he said that he and his brother were on the island and his brother got into a fight? And he had to go, he had to go over there at some point because they were letting him know his brother got into a fight on the island. And I don't think he ever says in this interview whether or not this is his actual brother that was on the island with him that day that he got into a fight. So what I'm asking is, are they actually brothers, but are they, are they half brothers? And is this the guy that he was saying that it was his brother? They kind of do look alike a little bit, but then they kind of don't. It's funny how they're all sitting the same, like it was planned for them to sit with their hands like that. That is really odd. Why are they all sitting the same? Or why do they all have their hands like that? Was that planned? A body language expert would eat this up, boy. I think that has to be his brother, like half brother. I think that is him. Or they could be step brothers, yeah. I'm not smoking weed. I'm not high. I don't even smoke. I mean, every blue moon I'll smoke some weed, but I haven't smoked any weed tonight, chat. I just haven't seen him ever confirm on camera that that's the brother that he was referring to, or one of his brothers. Dang, Chris really wants to see some Gertrude tonight. Nah, I don't think she's here. I haven't seen her in chat at all. Hold on, chat. Tristan is one whose brother got into a fight. Tristan's brother got into a fight. Criminal Network, what's good, brother? He says he said he's the one who got into. He said he's a pothead around here. One sec, chat. Man, chat's focused about other things. I'm over here trying to just see who's the brother. People were like, "You're doxing him." What? That's okay. We're allowed to see if they're brothers. It's not like we're, taunting their character in any way. Maybe a little bit. I got a report from the doxing police to take a look at what you're up to, Troy. Yeah, we're doxing a little bit right now. We're trying to confirm if they're brothers. I guess it doesn't even really matter. I was just curious. Warren's brother got in a fight. Focus. Somebody in the chat said Tristan's brother. I'm pretty sure it was Warren's brother, but I'm not here to argue. Yeah, it's all good. Motown, I appreciate the 5 gifted. What's up, Motown? Appreciate that. Hey, if you are a member officially, make sure you take Motown. So that's J. Mary, Bonnie, Amy, Rachel, and alumni. Criminal Network, I don't know if you've ever seen this story at all with Nolan Wells, but I don't know if you've ever seen this interview with the boys that have been highly criticized to be responsible for what happened to Nolan Wells. But a lot of people think these boys are not telling the truth based on whatever happened to, or what may have happened to Nolan Wells. Crazy stuff, man. What's up, Inner Strength? She was just confused. I'm not confused. I was. I mean, I don't know. I'm not even looking into it anymore. I was just trying to figure that out, but I think I've got it figured out for the most part. It's either or. Either they're half brothers or they're step brothers. It can only be one or the other. But I think that was the brother he was talking about. I mean, why else would he be there? Besides the fact that they were on the island together. I was just also I was trying to see if they were in any pictures together to just confirm. All right, I really wanted to recap this video, but I don't know if I'm gonna do that tonight. Hey, Blue Cats, good seeing you. By the way, it's been a minute. It's been a little minute. No sleep till Brooklyn. Yeah, much love. I appreciate the gifted. All right, chat. I'm gonna pull something up real quick. Hold on. I want to see if this body language expert has observed these these kids in this interview. He hasn't. Why didn't he do this interview? He did the one-on-one, but he didn't do the 3. I'll be the body language expert.
Your best friend on an island. The dumbest thing you could do would be to call the Coast Guard.
What is your thoughts on that phone call to Cito? Some people have gone out and done enhancements to the audio, and in doing that, created a transcript manually. It doesn't appear that the transcript was derived from an automated system or have any, in my opinion, real integrity with it.
Blue Cat, just chilling.
What are your thoughts? First, you guys on the audio, and then I'll get to you, Ed, on.
Hey, you too, Criminal Network. It's always good to catch up, man. We got to catch up again for sure. We were supposed to go. I thought we were going out to eat today, man. I don't know what happened with that. 857. He said the food was on him today, man. He ditched us, bro. How could he? Oh, and by the way, I heard about the. I didn't hear. Well, I heard about it, but I don't know what's going on with the whole. Folgers situation. How you doing, by the way? Good to see you in the chat. I don't know what's going on with the whole Folgers situation. He reached out earlier. Hold on. I'll tell you what happened here. So he had reached out earlier. He said he would like to call. He stated that, so he says that He said, I guess you've seen what they sent on criminal background. I'm pissed off right now because the simple fact that nobody knows the full details of the case. I'm actually innocent, but they don't know how the law works here in Texas, so it is what it is. I said, yes, what's going on? He said, can I call you? I told him I was getting ready to get on the toilet to have him call in because I was getting ready to go live. He said the voices of the missing, I guess, because I was asking him who, or I was telling him I heard them on the channel saying something about, you know, looking up his history or something like that. And he says, yeah, voices of the missing, I guess. I looked up my criminal history because they said that there was something off or weird about me, and they found me on the sex offender registration list, and then they sent it out to everybody. And so now I'm not allowed in 857's chat, Criminal Network's chat, and I don't know who else is. I want to get on your live and explain the case to everybody because they're probably going to think I'm a liar anyways. And all they're going to do is run to other channels and say stuff. So I'd rather just talk to you one-on-one on the phone. And then he says, better. And then I said, I'm sorry, better to get on stream with me and claim your case unless you want to tell everyone what you said, but it's up to you. I don't mind either. He says, that's all good and everything. There'll probably be a lot of people in the chat I might be watching that's already been in 857s and Criminal Networks going to be haters and all kinds of stuff. So I don't know. I'll think about it. He says, plus I don't want people hating on you because I'm on your stream or even in your chat because I don't want you to lose subscribers because no matter what, people are still going to believe it. So anyway, long story short, he ended up saying he was going to go to bed, but I was going to tell him, you know, you can get on here and talk, talk about it, I guess. And if he wanted to show proof that that's not whatever the hell's going down, he could share that. But I have no idea, like, what's even going on. I kind of overheard it on your channel, but I didn't really, like, know exactly what was even going on. But he had reached out, so I was like, oh, okay. I don't know what's going on here. He had GoFundMe for a heart attack. What? Please don't trauma dump that on us. Sorry, y'all. He's not supposed to be on social media. Y'all gotta, like, give me, like, some legitimate information. I hate to just, I mean, if it's Criminal Network, of course I'll take his word for it, but I can't just take anybody's word for some rumors that's going around. No one ever reached out and told me this. No one said anything like that. I just was tuning in on Criminal Network, and then I kind of think he pretty much kind of hinted it. I don't think he really, like, said it. But I didn't know anything about that. So, anyway, I don't know. All right, I'm going to run this video here because I kind of want to observe a little bit on this video. I've been wanting to watch this interview one more time. I'm probably not going to watch the whole thing, but I just wanted to kind of skeep through it a bit and watch it again. I feel like I missed a couple things in this interview.
Could that be a defamatory area the way it was produced? So what do you guys think about that audio?
Well, I can go ahead and say that as you posted that clip of all of us on the boat, you know, as it's rolling, not rolling, but right there sitting in the water, Wyatt's on the phone with Cito in that clip. I mean, he's on the phone. Wouldn't you think that you would have seen Nolan on the bottom of on the floor.
Nah, good point, Sam. I don't even want to be in the whole situation itself, but I mean, if he has, if he's able to prove that that's not really the case and it's just a rumor, I'd love to give him that opportunity, but because I don't really know if it's true for sure, but I was just trying to give him a chance to plead his case and share information. But if it's like a case that he's got going on active, he should probably take care of that first before he comes and just tries to plead his case by talking about it. Just because just talking about it is not going to do him any deed.
Something, or scrambling around, or everybody in a pot, like in a small space on the boat looking at him or something. I mean, it's just.
And another thing is, I don't even know how you guys figured out the guy's real name. Like, I don't even know this guy's whole name.
So crazy.
I don't even know his name. I don't even know his name at all.
Think that, why would we call CITO if we have a dead body on the boat? I mean, why would we call the Coast Guard? Why would we do the things we did if we know we killed somebody? And then another following up on that is, why aren't we in jail yet? I mean, we're not geniuses. There's no way we could have done a murder. I mean,
I don't even understand his point when he says, why are we in jail yet? We're not geniuses. Geniuses? What do you mean? It doesn't take a genius to kill somebody. And I'm not saying he killed anybody. I'm just saying it doesn't take a genius to do that. I don't get what he was referring to.
If we know we killed somebody. Scrambling around, or everybody in a pot, like in a small space on the boat looking at him or something. I mean, it's just so crazy to think that, why would we call CITO if we have a dead body on the boat? I mean, why would we call the Coast Guard? Why would we do the things we did?
What did I do, Amy?
If we know we killed somebody?
Just trying to get to the
bottom. And then
bottom
another following up on that is, why aren't we in jail yet? I mean, we're not geniuses. There's no way we could have done a murder. I mean, there's no way we could have covered it up, especially out there with that many people. Go ahead.
Jack said that? When did he say that?
There's no way we could have covered it up, especially out there with that many people. Go ahead.
I think, especially about the CITO call, I think people, regardless of who it is going to believe what they want to hear. I think half these people, or not half.
By the way, Sam, I saw some of your videos. I was dying. Oh man, that was funny.
These people, but some of these people you can't convince. Regardless, they're going to believe what they want to believe. If they want to believe that my friends and I had something to do with Nolan dying, then they're going to believe that regardless of what you put out. But you put out, Brandon, that a clip of the boat when Wyatt was on the phone with CITO, and it is boldly clear that Nolan was not on the boat with us. You can literally almost see down to the deck. And as you can see in that picture, everybody is completely casual while Wyatt's on the phone with CITO. Yeah, we were scrambling around trying to get the boat fixed, but the guys were, in the video, you can see me, I'm sitting on the bow. If there was someone dying on the boat, why would everybody just be sitting there waiting to either get towed in, or in the first place, like Jack said, why would Wyatt call CITO? It's crazy. The reason we turned down Coast Guard is, why would we call Coast Guard if CITO could pull us in? But we fixed the boat and we ran into Fort Bayou, and that's it. The CITO call was completely enhanced, and these people just want to believe what they want to hear. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Hey, what's up, Misty? Sam, I don't know if you're talking to me. I'm not understanding what you're saying.
So it's just crazy to me that people have tried to twist this and twist the audio. When we came out with the first interview, it debunked half these lies, and now you don't hear about any of it. You don't hear about the pool party because it was on June 27th. You don't hear about anything else that was mentioned. Thousands of lies. And now, the audio comes back, and all of a sudden we can hear Nolan yelling in the background, screaming, we're screaming about how he's dead. That's just a complete lie. And it's another lie to push this narrative that people don't want to turn down. It's insane to me.
Sorry to interrupt. I know you're enjoying this incredible interview. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button, and also join our membership program. Let's get back to the interview. And if you guys could say one thing to naysayers out there, in your opinion, that are naysayers, I want to give you, a 30-second opportunity to say what you would want to say.
Yeah, to Kim's comments, he's saying, as far as what he said pertaining to geniuses, like he says like he's not smart enough to pull that off. Well, the Coast Guard thing, he has a point. What do you? I still ain't really processing the fact that would take a genius to pull that off. Because it's up to them whether or not they want to have a Coast Guard come, because she asked and they said no. So pull what off? I mean, the fact that they murdered him, I mean, I don't get it. I don't, and I'm not saying they murdered him. I'm just saying, is that what he's pertaining to?
To people regarding what you're saying are lies that have been told about you. And I could start here and we'll go all the way down to, and we'll end with you, Ed. But Morgan, if you had an opportunity to have this projected to everybody in the United States of America, many people who have made statements about you and about what occurred that day, what would you say to them? Like just a 30-second, this is what you would want to convey.
I mean, first I would say that, it's proven in evidence that they're all lies. I think that most of these people are just going to, I say most of these people, a lot of these people that have posted stuff out there, they've just been lies backed by no evidence. And if I had one thing to say to them, I'd say do your research before you go out saying something that's not true, that could hurt someone. Just do your research. I mean, it's easy. All you have to do is just scroll like they do all day long and find the evidence that's right in front of their face. And I mean, it'll prove its own facts. I could say I would want to add on to that, do the proper research.
Yeah, but the thing is, Kim Jones, they were not honest about the fact that they were on Horn Island. He said that they were a quarter a mile away from Horn Island. Either you're a quarter a mile away from Horn Island or you're on Horn Island. So yes, you can pull that off if you're not really on the island surrounded by a bunch of people. Quarter of a mile is far enough away for people to not see something going on a boat, at least in the sense of somebody being thrown into the water. And they said that they were on Horn Island when this CTO call took place. So you got to keep in mind, if they're not on an island, then yeah, they definitely could pull that off.
Search. Sort through all the lies. I mean, and a lot of these stuff, like you can just tell straight off the bat it's lies. And for one, it's defaming us, and for two, it makes you look like a dummy. I mean, like, you're just saying stuff, just pulling it out of who knows where, and you just look like an idiot on your phone making this TikTok or whatever. Like, do your research, man. Like, if you can't simply do that, don't get on your phone and start making a video.
It's just kind of concerned me with like how people have the time of day to just make up complete lies out of something that they have no evidence of and to post on social media to put other people down. It's insane to me, like how like just people push this and want to make this a story that it's absolutely not. I don't know what happened to Nolan. My friends don't know what happened to Nolan. But for people to come around and say, oh, this happened for a fact and I know this, and there's no telling me otherwise, then that's just stupid. You have no, like, half these people that are saying all these crazy things on the internet, those lies have already been debunked. There's evidence supporting this is a lie. Like, why are you still saying this? These people just have no idea what they're talking about. And it's very clear because a lot of these people just speak without thinking and post stuff without thinking. But at the end of the day, it just looks really stupid on their page and whatever they're posting on. But it's just sad. Like, people really take the time out of their day to post a bunch of BS lies on a bunch of 19 and 20-year-olds who have never done anything to hurt anyone and, loved their friend. Like, I loved that man more than anybody. And like, so did all of my friends. And absolutely horrible that these people want to come on and push this narrative that we had something to do with this or we killed our best friend. It's just sick to me, Brandon. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, this might be too long, but I have a few things I need to add. First of all, with respect to Warren, if you just murdered your best friend on an island, the dumbest thing you could do would be to call the Coast Guard, to call a federal law enforcement agency and tell them, hey, can you guys go out and check out?
And my thing is, Kim, I don't understand why they never refer to like the fact that, first of all, the thing that about this and it bothers me most is there's no emotion. There's no emotion for themselves, for one. There's no emotion for their friends. You know, when it comes to Nolan, there's no emotion. The one thing that I would mention too, and they're not me, I'm not them, is the fact that this is my life at risk here. That's serious. So, you know, they have to depend on a lawyer to do to be able to prove the fact that they really aren't responsible for what happened to Nolan. If that's not proven and you know, it comes out that they're able to put enough information together that they are responsible and they're able to pinpoint somebody who can be held accountable, as far as them, you know, murdering Nolan, that's their life at risk, you know, and I don't see why there's no emotion behind that. Like, this is serious. I don't see any anger toward the situation. I don't really see any sadness toward Nolan. Maybe they do it all off camera. I would be up in there, you know, I would be raising hell and I would make sure you feel it. I don't feel none of that in these interviews. I just see them sitting down and talking about it. Like, how strong they are emotionally is I can applaud them in a sense, and in another sense, I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You know, I'm both ways with it. And I'm, you know, like, for me, I you know, am looking at this in all angles. I'm not being biased at all. You know, I'm not going to take anybody's side, even the mother, and she's going through a tough time. So, you know, like I've always said, I mean, all of the stories are conflicting in this situation. Nobody seems to be completely honest about everything, on top of things being left out. But I just don't like the fact that I just don't feel anything happening to them. Like, you know, normally you're going to feel it when somebody's explaining how their life is now, how could they, you know, how they're affected by this, what could happen to them, you know, explain what truly, you know, how Nolan was, you know, what he truly meant to them. They don't really share much personal things about Nolan. You know, as a close friend, you're going to know a lot of little things about your friend that nobody knows. All they can really say is like, he was a good guy for the most part. And one particular situation I could remember, and that's the sad part about it, is if I could remember one particular situation and that's about it, as far as them personalizing something, referring to their friend, that's not a good look, because they should be able to share a whole bunch of memories that tell them, you know, personally, personal things about Nolan. But the only one thing I remember is them saying that he's like the type of friend that, you know, would take somebody who's being bullied and kind of look at them in a different way that everybody couldn't. And he kind of stated that he was like, you know, hey, Nolan would like say, hey, you know, I kind of like this guy. You know, he could be our friend. You know, that's the type of guy he was. You know, other than that, I don't really recall too much personal things that they have said about him that make Nolan who he is. So I brought up a picture that view from a viewing point that shows what it would look like if a boat was a mile away from Horn Island or the beach, wherever you are. And it is visible. You can see things going on. Well, not necessarily going on. You can see the boat. You would be able to see people from this point of view. It showed, and I don't know if this is like accurate, but it says that this is what it would look like if you were on a boat a quarter of a mile away from Horn Island. Would I be able to see somebody thrown into the water? Perhaps they were thrown into the water from this particular spot. Yeah, if they do it on the side of the boat that's facing me. Now, if somebody is thrown into the water on the other side of that boat, no, I would not be able to see that. So, yeah, there would be a chance that there is a possibility that nobody saw anything. If you mention the fact that you're a quarter of a mile away from the island and you're not on the actual island, this is why people were like, well, why didn't anybody see anything? How did they not see anything? There's so many people around. Well, that's why. Because they weren't on the actual island. They were a quarter of a mile away from the island. So, yeah, it's very much so possible that they didn't get, they weren't seen doing whatever they were doing. But I don't know. I don't know even if Nolan was even on the boat at all. I don't know if I even believe if what they say as far as, Nolan not being on the boat with them. And another thing is, why not just say whose boat that Nolan was on? Probably because he doesn't want this other person to go through what he's going through. But at the same time, if they really weren't with Nolan and he didn't ride with Nolan, then he shouldn't even be doing any of these interviews. This is somebody else's seat that should be in his seat right now. And he should repetitively refer to somebody else that he was with that should be questioned. Whoever Nolan was actually with, since they said that Nolan was not with them, should be the person being questioned right now.
This island and look for Nolan Wells. Well, that's exactly what Warren did. Warren called the Coast Guard. And that is one of many very compelling facts. He got back and he called the Coast Guard. Does that sound like a guilty man to you? All right, now these are all American young men, incredible young men. And they did a lot more than just that. I won't go through all of it now, but they did a lot of heroic things after the fact. And they did the best they could. And they tried for their dear friend.
Right. And I hate to stop it again, but I like Cox has the connections. There will be... Yeah, and I like the comment by bring on the body language expert. Yeah, Lynn, I think that dude was great. Says that would be interesting for sure. Yeah, alumni, I 100% agree with that comment. Nobody should be guilty until proven innocent, no matter gender, race, or anything. Indeed, I could not agree with that comment enough. There was a comment I was trying to catch real quick here. I agree. I mean, body language, somebody who reads body language, it could be definitely misleading for sure. It does throw me off a bit that they're both fingers, the way they all have their hands over their fingers, the way they're sitting. It's kind of ironic that they would all be sitting the same way, which wouldn't be what this would look like that's not what they would look like on a regular day, but, I don't get the point of that. But, anyway, I was looking at a comment and it went away, or I can't find it. D says they're not smart to go with a Trump attorney because even if they were found responsible by jury, they would get pardoned either way by Trump. Or is it pardoned? Pardoned? What the heck is that? Sam says their attitude is arrogant. I can't remember that, Sam. I don't recall a father coming in and talking about how he was crying. But I guess she's saying that they did say that in this video. See, that's why I wanted to watch it again, because I know I missed some things in these videos. I've only watched this video once, so that's why I wanted to look at it again. Oh, Sam says my videos are for fun. I know. That was tight. I mean, looked like he was enjoying life. That's dope. Yeah, that's the attorney in shorts. He's in there looking like a big old kid. And Carl Cox is the other attorney representing Bart. So apparently, according to them, he's a big fan of the other attorney who's representing Bart. So that's why he's got the hat on, because he's supporting the other attorney that's representing the other boys. And I kind of like that. That's cool. It's kind of a statement, that all of the boys are innocent, no matter who it is, I guess. How else would they sit there pretty much elbow to elbow? However they want to sit, not like they went in there like they planned to sit like that. How would you sit if you went and sat down for an interview? It's not an interview like you're getting a job. Just like an interview, you're just going in to have a conversation with somebody. Everybody's posture and body language is different. No one's going to have the same body language and posture. I mean, Warren, I guess he seems a bit more slouched down, but he's much taller. But everybody has different posture and body language. So I'm assuming this was part of the plan to sit like that.
All of their actions are the actions of innocent men, not guilty men. And again, they are categorically, completely, and totally innocent. All right, but that's not the end of it. I'll say this again. If you lied, you won't be able to hide. If you lied, you won't be able to hide. And you're going to be held accountable. And if you lied about these fine young men, these good Ocean Springs people, you're going to be held accountable. You're going to be sued. I tell you, there are going to be lawsuits because we have already identified some of the worst offenders. And it may have felt good for them in the moment, instant gratification, sugar high. They got their sugar high. But long after that sugar high wears off, they're going to find themselves in court, and it's going to be excruciatingly painful. The only thing I can say about that is it won't be quite as painful as what they did to Morgan, Jax, and Warren.
So Ed, I got one question for you, because the way you guys articulate the defamation, obviously, if someone puts out online lies, knowingly and intentionally do them, knowing that they're lies, in part, that's a part of the defamation. But is the racial component, because when someone goes out and says things without evidence, projecting that this was a racial encounter, is that a part of this defamation, or does that not count as far as your tactics on defending them or defending their honor, I guess, in this situation?
Well, one thing that we're never going to do is we're never going to speculate, and we're never going to guess like some other folks who got their sugar highs.
But Mike, what are you talking about? I'm so confused. Bullhorn Betty, good to see you, by the way. I don't know if she's in the chat. I thought I seen somebody saying she's in here. If she's in here, big welcomes, Bullhorn Betty. I don't see her in the chat, but if she is, tell her. I wanted to tell her I said hello. I have no idea what Mike is talking about. Yeah, who is dumb as a brick? I'm trying to figure out who he's referring to. I'll get a timeout. He's typing. Say what?
And are sucking up all the oxygen in the room for now, and they'll have their day in court. But we can talk about what might motivate people. And I won't talk about any particular people because I am not inside their head right now. But I can tell you that racism for profit is a major factor here. And we don't have to name names. But racism for profit, generating outrage for profit, in the end, it's all about money. And we don't even have to think about whether the racism that these people are talking about is real or fake or anything like that. It's racism for profit.
Olivia, good to see you.
And it's part of the motive. But
he's trolling? Yeah, I see what's
when you
going
have
on.
offenders who defame innocent young men, fine innocent young men, upstanding young men, it might be a constellation of motives. Profit, animus, stupidity, ignorance. Maybe they just don't like evidence. See, we really like evidence here. Tyler Cox really likes evidence. I really like evidence. Morgan, Jax, Warren, we really like evidence. And that's the difference between the other guys and us. And we have evidence. We have the receipts, we have the goods, and we're going to be presenting it in court. And I will say, once we present it in court, we're going to say, now you can't leave.
Do you think that the other side, because I've seen through social media that there's a preparation of lawsuits against the boys. Is there merit, according to your knowledge in this space, is there merit to pursuing lawsuits against them?
I am so glad you asked that question because I can answer that question definitively and unequivocally. Anybody who sues Jax, Warren, or Morgan, they're going to end up paying our attorney's fees. Guaranteed. Any lawsuit, and I'm going to warn anyone right now, anybody who is thinking for 1 second about suing these fine young men, these good Ocean Springs people, you're going to pay their attorney's fees. You're going to lose. You're going to get annihilated. You're going to get crushed. You have nothing. And here's the beauty of it. We know you have nothing because we actually have the evidence. We know what happened. And I'll just say it like this. We have a pair of aces and you have 2-7 offsuit.
So with all the negative that's going on, obviously there's been positive that I've seen that have come y'all's direction. I felt like when Warren came out and
what did he just say? Go back.
And here, annihilated. You're going to pay their attorney's fee. Fine young men, these good Ocean Springs people, you're going to pay their attorney's fees. You're
Yeah,
going to lose.
Sam, I got you.
You're going to get annihilated. You're going to get crushed. You have nothing. And here's the beauty of it. We know you have nothing because we actually have the evidence. We know what happened. And I'll just say it like this. We have a pair of aces and you have 2-7 offsuit.
So with all the negative that's going on, obviously there's been positive that I've seen that have come y'all's direction. I felt like when Warren came out and
it sounds like
did
he's
the interview,
intimidating. Well, he has a point, and that's the thing that I always say, that if it turns out that even the mom is using this for leverage as far as financial gain, that's going to be pretty jacked up. Or just the lawyers, because like I said, at some point, she's got to be convinced, if they're able to get enough evidence to say that this was a drowning, because everything that we've got, guys, let's be real here. Everything that, as far as what's been publicly put out there surrounding this entire investigation so far, for just the information that we have that's been put out there, this says all the evidence that's been set forth has said that this is a drowning. So right now, if we had to use the evidence that we have to determine what happened to Nolan Wells, that would be a drowning right now, until otherwise. So once they get everything else, which they already do, everything's already said and done. Once all of that's already, set in front of a judge or the grand jury, my biggest question is, are they going to accept it and move forward? But also, I've just questioned whether or not that, because there's been some lies, man. There hasn't been quite, it hasn't been complete. People haven't really been all the way honest. Even the friend that went to get the phone for the mom was not completely honest about everything. Like I told you, I showed you guys, I played the video of the sister, well, not the sister, the mom's friend who picked up the keys. How she explains her interview when she's talking to the news media, but then she talks to somebody on phone or something like that on TikTok, and the information that she gives is way more descriptive based on what happened when they went to the house to get the keys back. She left a lot of stuff out, did not say that they approached the situation wrong at all when they went to get the keys back. She made it seem like they went and got the keys back respectfully. No. It wasn't that. They were already under the impression that these kids were doing something to Nolan. And I don't know what provoked them to think that, besides just the phone being deleted, the stuff being deleted. Because before they got the phone back, guys, the mom or the father was already thinking that there was foul play. Before his body was found, before they retrieved anything. So who was it that made them think, no, these kids did this, they're responsible for this? Because they went to the island, they searched for Nolan. The father just some way, somehow came to terms, no, he's not here. They go to Jack's house or whatever. And, after the fact, the friend, a good high school friend that he said, or something like that, said that he would take him back after he had already taken them to the island. Because remember, the mom came out, Christine said, look, we don't do boats. We don't do boats. So the friend of the father went and took them out to the island. So when they went to get the phone or whatever, he still offered them to take them back. He's like, we could just gas it up and go back out there if you want. He said no. So after everything, when they, after collecting things like the phone or the keys, he was still thinking that there was someone that was responsible for this. So I just question what really provoked them to think right off the rip, pretty much, that somebody did this. I'm assuming that would have had to been Javon, or the brother of Javon, or another friend who's reached out and talked. Remember, the mom said that she has been communicating with Katie. If you go to her Facebook page on July 5th, she states that she's been communicating with Katie. So I honestly think it's either Javon or Katie. They're the real big key factors to this case as far as information, I think. So I don't know. I don't know, but Warren did do his part when it came to him communicating with the mom. You know, every question that she had, he answered it. He was very respectful in the process of answering it. You know, I don't know. I don't know. They are waiting on the mom to turn over the phone. Yeah. Well, not really. They're waiting on a date to get together because they already said that they're not going to just turn over the. They already said that they're not going to turn over the phone like that. So we know what the situation is. Let's continue though.
The first time, of course, a lot of people decided to say a lot of negative things, but then there's a tremendous amount of people that were very supportive and thankful that they had a chance to hear the other side. So,
and real quick, Sam, I got you because Sam was asking if I could pull up the statements from Jax. I don't know if this is going to be every statement though that he made throughout this interview, but I don't mind reading them for you. So, as far as Jack's statement goes, he said that he was one of the friends on the boat with Nolan Wells, Warren Hudson, and this is what gets me. They're saying that he wasn't on the boat with them, but then when you read these statements based on their, you know, what was given, online doesn't say that when you do research on it. So Jack said he was one of the friends on the boat with Nolan Wells, Warren Hudson, and Morgan. I'm sorry, Seymour. So he described the group arriving at Horn Island around midday, anchoring near the shore and hanging out before Nolan wandered off. He claimed Nolan was fine and in good spirits when they last saw him. Jack said Nolan walked off toward the Dunes? I don't even know how to pronounce that. He says he didn't return after that though. So it states that he said they searched briefly, then assumed Nolan had gone to meet other friends or catch another boat. He denied any argument or physical altercation. And as far as like, you know, his online accusations, Jax told Tatum he was shocked by the rumors online suggesting foul play. He said that he and the others were being harassed and called murderers without evidence. He insisted they cooperated fully with law enforcement and gave statements early on. Jax denied touching or taking Nolan's phone. He said that the phone was never in his possession, contradicting some online claims that one of the boys had it. So it doesn't really state all of the statements that he made in this specific interview, but I tried. But Tatum is what it states. Is he said they're saying that Tatum described Jack as nervous but composed, occasionally defensive when asked about inconsistencies. And he emphasized that Jack's version matched Warren's in it states broad strokes, though some timing details differed, like when they noticed Nolan missing. Not only that, he said that he stayed back. He didn't specifically say who he stayed back with, which contradicts their stories because Warren, on the other hand, was stating that he stayed back with some girl, which was Katie, I believe.
What are y'all's thoughts and feelings on the other side of this, where people have been supportive? You know, kind of what are your thoughts on that? What have you experienced in that area?
I want to start off and just say that has helped us tremendously through this. One, mentally knowing that there are people on our side that are here to help and want to help and are actually helping with the online stuff. And I want to say thank you to everybody who has made a video on the positive side of things and showing the actual facts and debunking a lot of false information and giving to the Gifts and Go. Yeah, that's another really big one. Thank you so much for that, giving to the Gifts and Go. That means a lot, more than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, Morgan.
Yeah, I know you're looking for the statement about him saying that he was balling up and crying, but I don't see that.
I just want to say thank you to all the people out there. I mean, I personally went through and looked at all the...
If you find it, send it to me, because we pretty much watched this whole thing and I don't see it, but that could be in part 1.
Like, there's a prayer thing. You can say a prayer on there. And I personally went through and looked at all the prayers, and I'm just really appreciative of all the people that I know that have our backs and have supported us through all of this. It's really helped us out.
That's great.
Oh, you know, obviously I want to give thanks. My friends and my family really appreciate it. I mean, it's hard to get by every day without having a group of people behind you. And it really helps my friend and I's, especially like mental side of things, you know, knowing that we have a community behind us that is willing to stand for us and stand for the truth. And, you know, we can't thank them enough. Like, seriously, with, you know, like Morgan said, the prayers and just even the money and the Gifts and Go. It's a blessing from the Lord. And, you know, we can't thank everybody enough. Seriously, it's been more than enough. So
Ed, what are your thoughts on this? I know you see the outpouring of support for the boys. I know that obviously with your credentials, you're taking on this case, which is a huge.
Yeah, Sam, I have to agree with that. I do not like I think Jax is very nervous, and if Tatum is saying that he was nervous and defensive, that is really odd. You know, but you know, we can't judge a book by its cover.
Undertaking, representing multiple young people in this, with so many people that you have mentioned that could be.
You want to play games, Mike? Mike over here, man. Come on, Mike. Really? The stream disconnected, man. Chill.
Society, right? These are 3 young men who want to help people and who are going to help people. They're just wonderful souls, wonderful human beings. So if you want someone to support, if you're looking for someone to support, and if you're looking for people who tell the truth and like evidence and common sense, you should support these guys, not the other guys who traffic in lies. All right, now there's a Give, Send, Go page, right? Those donations are very important. We have an incredible legal team. I'm very, very privileged to be working with Tyler Cox, called Cox, right? Yeah. Right, so, but we're gonna be bringing powerhouse lawsuits, absolutely powerhouse. But, right, it does require support, and any support is greatly appreciated. But there are also things that people can do that have nothing to do with money. All we're asking people to do is embrace reality, embrace common sense, and don't give in to your worst impulses. Do the research, read, look at the evidence, right? Start judging credibility.
Yeah.
And look at the respective motivations, the motives on both sides, right? On one side, you have some folks who maybe are not motivated by such great things. But what we have on our side and why you should support us, one word for you: my favorite word, which is virtue. We've got virtue, all right? We've got the honesty. We've got the integrity, right?
He might.
We're doing the right thing
He might
here.
just snap. You never know.
Honesty, integrity. That's us. Honesty, integrity, and the truth. And those are very high virtues. And that's why you should support these incredible young men.
Well, thank you guys for
Hey, Mike, you better chill out of my chat, boy. You better chill out of my chat, Mike. I don't want to have to dox you, boy.
Sorry, I think the devil just came in the chat out of nowhere. Mike, chill out, man. See? Calm down, man. I'm trying to watch a video.
Agreeing to do an interview. I really, the purpose, and I think you guys can agree to this or lament to it, that the purpose is just to get the message out there. You know, I'm not an investigator in this case. I've done this for a living for a very long time. I know when people are lying and when they're not. And I want the world to know the only reason I'm even willing to talk to you guys is because you've shown through evidence that you've shown me and also through your character that you guys are trustworthy and you're at least in good faith telling me your side of the story. And so I just want to say thank you guys for doing the interview and good luck.
Thank you.
What was what? What are you guys talking about? What was what? You guys heard from him? Where's Zeus? Did he leave? Zeus! I think Zeus left, guys. I think he's gone.
I would probably check out, that was part 3. I should have started at part 1. I think I'm going to watch a little bit of part 2 and then we'll hop off here. I want to see a little part 1. I don't know what part that was in that you were talking about, Sam. I don't remember that part, but I'm pretty sure I didn't. I just didn't catch it. I feel like Tristan, for the most part, I feel like Tristan was telling the truth. I'm not too sure. No. Somebody, I think somebody called me or something. I don't know, guys. Where's part 2? Oh, okay, this is part 2.
Why would we call Cito if we have a dead body on the boat?
We already saw that part. Is this not part? We already watched part 3. This is not part 3, though. It says part 2. What the heck? This is like backwards. All right, let me just go to the videos. I'm going to go to part 1, actually. We'll go we'll go last, first, second. Where's it at? God dang, it wasn't that long ago. Oh, you know what? I think he premiered it, so it's probably going to be a live. Maybe not. No, it shouldn't be a live, though. No, it should be video. Why isn't it not showing up? Bear with me, chat. I'm looking for part 2. Oh, okay. All right. We're just going to go part 1. There we go.
You know, obviously, before this happened, I would assume you're living a regular life. Young guys being in college, you know, having a typical experience. Then you lose your friend.
I think, like, ever since it happened,
hey, good morning, Cynthia.
My life just, like, hit like a hole. Like, even going out, you know, we're always paranoid somebody's gonna see us, get spotted, try to beat us up potentially, or even worse.
You just met these young men more recently. And are you confident that these young men had nothing to do with it? We have Ed Pausick, Warren, Jax, and then we have Morgan here. And so I talked to Warren last time I was here. We had a really deep conversation, and I'm glad that we were able to get other perspectives now that we have Ed here. Ed is a defamation attorney. And I want to start with you, Ed. You know, why did you choose to work with the boys? What is your plans? What do you expect to get out of working with them? What's your expectations when it comes to defamation?
Well, I think an injustice in one place is an injustice everywhere. I hate lying. I care about the truth, but most of all, it's the actual people who are involved here. So first of all, I just want to say Tyler Cox really welcomed me here. My co-counsel, he's an incredible human being and he's an incredible attorney. And then after that, I had an opportunity to meet these incredible young men. And I just gotta say, these guys are you out there? Warren, Jackson, Morgan, they're just beautiful people. They're really decent human beings. They're just great people. And you know, that's why I'm here, because I want to help great people. And this is a very sad situation, but it's also a very human situation, and it's a tragedy.
So you guys have, you know, obviously before this happened, I would assume you're living a regular life, young guys being in college, you know, having a typical experience. Then you lose your friend, Nolan, and after that, what has life been like for you?
Right, the hobblon. I don't get that. I just don't see. The killer won't be found. Yeah, I feel like that would be unfortunate in this situation. I think that's going to be the unfortunate outcome. If they even if they come out that there's foul play, I think it's still going to be one of those cases that just end really weird. I feel like this one's just going to have a weird ending. I don't know what it is, but I think it's going to be a weird ending to this case.
You guys.
I think like ever since it happened, my life just like hit like a hole, like it just stopped. And I mean, we just got to live day by day from now on. I could say definitely a whole flip upside down for our lives. It's like even going out, you know, we're always paranoid somebody's gonna see us, get spotted, try to beat us up potentially, or even worse. We're really just trying to stay low key and not go out as much or anything like that. Yeah.
It's been hard because my friends and I are people. I mean, we like to be out and hang out outside of our friend group, you know, and not being able to like go certain places or, you know, walk around in public because our head's always on a swivel. It's really affected all of us. I mean, especially in like my family's standpoint, my safety comes first, my friend.
Your phone. Leave up your phone.
Friends and family safety come first too, and it's been really hard because I'm worried about like my family as well with me, and it's hard, but you know we're just going day by day and just trying to get through every.
Could you guys understand that?
Every day, you know.
Can you give me some examples of what has happened? Have you guys have had things happen online, threats online? Have you guys have any examples of people accosting you or anything like that?
Oh yeah, we have had countless death threats online, been spotted. I'll let you elaborate more on that, being spotted.
I mean, people have obviously just pointed us out. I mean, as a group and even on a one-on-one setting, I think it's really just like awkward because I don't want to talk
we're good.
about
I'm just
this.
joking,
And I know
guys.
my
I'm
friends
done.
don't want to talk about this any more than we need to. You know, we're still mourning one of our best friends' death, and it's hard to speak about it when, you know, like sometimes we just need some alone time, or sometimes we just need to, you know, lay back and not be around all this. And I mean, I've been called out in public, and I haven't been in public that much. I know my friends have had encounters in public. The threats have been insane from, you know, my stepmom and my dad, my mom, just everyone included, like even my brothers and my sisters. And it's just hard. I mean, it's unbelievable where like this has been taken to and the level where this is at.
When you say you've been called out in public, can you give me an example of like, what do you mean? People are threatening you with weapons? People are, you know, not allowing you, denying you service? Because I heard that Trayston, he went to a corner store and they told him his money is not good there. They wouldn't even let him buy Gatorade.
Yeah.
Are you experiencing things like that or something totally different?
Right. I wouldn't say like that. I think I haven't been denied.
No, I don't think you were able to hear me, Island. I did say pick up your phone. Well, I think you were over there for the most part, but I was calling your name and I was saying pick up your phone. I didn't know if you guys could actually hear that because it sounded like, to me, it kind of sounded like muffled on my end. But yeah, I got like 1,000 voices, probably thousands. So I was just messing around. Sorry, guys. I'll chill out. But yeah, it gets crazy, guys. There's so many different voices. It's not even funny. We could do clown. I mean, everything. Girl, literally everything. We'll try this one next.
You know, anything, but like Trayston, it's hard to hear from a good friend of mine that he's getting.
Bye, guys. Watch the video and subscribe now.
Denied a Gatorade and a Red Bull before work, and having to, like, he calls me and he's like, dude, you won't believe what just happened. He got called out at Walmart. Someone called him out at Walmart and was like asking him all these questions and trying to press him about it. And it's crazy to me. Like, you know, we live in a very tight-knit community, and for people to, you know, push back and say these things when they know what Ocean Springs is like, it's really hard. And I mean, I haven't had many personal encounters, but I know being around the guys and stuff like that, they have. So.
And Ed, as an attorney that's representing these boys, I mean, what does that make you feel like? You know, do you feel like you got a good case here, or, you know, what's your perspective in that? Because, you know, people are online and obviously they know who you are. Obviously, they know you represented Donald Trump in some pretty high-profile cases. And so now that you've joined, or at least now you work for the young men here, you hear them say things like they've been accosted, they've been, you know, threatened online. Does that make your case a greater case, or how do you work within what's happening to these young men?
Well, unfortunately, I wish there was no case. I wish this hadn't happened. But unfortunately, because these things did happen, there is a case, and now there's multiple cases. And I'm going to tell you something. If you're out there and you lied about these guys, you lied about my guys, you lied about Tyler's guys here, if you lied about Morgan, if you lied about Jax, if you lied about Warren, we're going to get you. And you're going to be hauled into court, you're going to be held accountable, and it's going to be very painful. Wow. And what I would say to the people who have done that is, now's your chance. If you want to apologize and retract before you find yourself in court, you should probably do that now. Because if you don't do that, once you're in court, now you just can't leave.
And this lawyer really threatens people a lot, man. Like, what makes him so confident and makes him so sure that people are really going to pay for this, you know? I mean, is he really that good, guys? He can't be that damn good.
You won't be able to get out of it. And we're not going to name.
It's official, no sleep for me, but the laughs are so worth it. You're cracking me up. Much love. Oh, I'm done, guys. I was getting a little carried away. Sorry, guys.
Names because there's some other folks who are doing that, and we want to be better than that. And I want to emphasize this, right? We're not here to guess. We're not here to speculate. We're only going to deal in facts, right? And here's the most important thing, right? We don't know how Nolan Wells died. No one here is saying we know. But what we do know is Morgan, Jax, and Warren had nothing whatsoever to do with Nolan Wells' death.
What is that supposed to mean, bro? I don't like that. I don't like that. Listen to what he said again. I don't like that.
Right? We don't know how Nolan Wells died. No one here is saying we know. But what we do know is Morgan, Jax, and Warren had nothing whatsoever to do with Nolan Wells' death. And that's what's important. And unfortunately, because
I don't know, whatever. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I mean, come on, man. Why is it important? I mean, and I get it. These lawyers are there because they're there to represent these kids, and they want them to, you know, obviously not go to jail. They want them to be, you know, they want them to continue having their freedom as they do deserve if they are, you know, innocent for what, you know, whatever this has brought to them. But I'm just saying, I just feel like it should be important to figure out what happened to Nolan, period. But he is there to do a job and one job only, and that's to prove that these boys are innocent. I get it. I just hate that. And listen, I just can't. I don't know how some of these lawyers do their jobs, man, because I could not. I could be a lawyer, but I don't know if I could be the type of lawyer that covers up for people that, you know, that you, because, you know, there's obviously, you know, lawyers are there to prove that you're innocent, even though in some cases they know you're guilty. And I'm not saying these boys are. I don't even think they are, but you know, I think if somebody's responsible for what happened to Nolan, it's possible that they could be responsible, but it also could be possible that someone else is. But I just hate that this is a game of money. It seems like everybody in this situation is going to get money, and we're never going to know what happened to Nolan. That's what the outcome is going to be in this. It's going to be a Trayvon Martin case where we know, well, in Trayvon Martin's case, we knew who was responsible for what happened to him, but the guy didn't go to jail for murder. And that's that. That's that. In this case, we don't know who could be responsible, or we don't even know if anybody's responsible at all, which we're going to figure that out, I think. But even if we do, I think there's something that tells me that there could be a possibility that they just can't gather enough information to tie whoever it is that is responsible for this to it. Because look at, I mean, they don't even have, well, as far as this, what we have, they don't even have enough to point toward, even so much as point towards somebody that might be responsible. So I don't know, man. This is not looking good.
There are people who want to divide a town and come in from the outside and tell people what to think and pit neighbor against neighbor. It compounds the tragedy. It magnifies the tragedy. And I just want to say this. Here's why it's an even bigger tragedy. Because my friends here, Morgan, Jax, and Warren, these guys are not just the finest that Ocean Springs has to offer, finest that Mississippi has to offer. These are the finest young men that America has to offer. You know, really great people. And Tyler actually taught me good Ocean Springs people. That was one of the first things I heard when I got here. So I'll just say that they're good Ocean Springs people.
Sorry to interrupt. I know you're enjoying this incredible interview. Make sure you hit.
No, I agree, and they can't live normal lives because of what, you know. It's not even. I really wouldn't even say it's Crump or the mom or the dad. I don't think that they're helping the situation, but I think it's society. To be honest, I think it's the public you will realize when you see the way people are talking, perhaps we're watching all of these TikToks that we watched. When you see some of these TikToks, you're like, it makes you realize how dumb people really are. And sorry guys, but there's a lot of dumb people out there. I mean, some of these people are like, just take a little piece of something that's said and then make it seem like, oh God, he really did do this or that. I mean, it's just the dumbest stuff sometimes. Like, and this lady, like, look, and I'm gonna throw this lady under the bus because this lady, to me, I just don't think that it's wrong for her to come out here and do the stuff that she's doing here. And I haven't even seen this video, and I'm gonna play this video real quick.
Y'all, we're about to get some answers regarding that CTO call because Nolan Xavier Wells' family went and hired an audio expert to analyze and break down completely that CTO call. We all know that we heard what we heard when it was officially released by the MDMR. And of course, there was a lot of skeptic people out there thinking that those that enhanced it so that they can hear clearly what we all heard, assumed or thought that they inserted certain names or they inserted certain things to, but we all know what we heard. Anyways, at the end of the day, prayerfully, we will get some answers. Obviously, when the family sees fit to share what the experts find. And so, because, I don't know about nobody else, but for me, I was feeling like Vicky was asking specific questions because she heard what we heard as well. But we're about to find out because, again, they went and hired an audio expert that's going to break it all down for them, prayfully for us too. And because they are crossing every T and dotting.
So when everybody was thinking that it was Katie that Nolan was dating, allegedly, they're saying—
And this guy right here, he does it just to get your mind thinking. He's not somebody who pushes stuff out there that's not true. He's just trying to get your mind thinking, and he makes that clear on his channel. But that lady, she just, first of all, like, hold on, let's go to another video, because that's not even close to the stuff I see her put out. It's ridiculous, some of it. And it's like, come on, lady, seriously.
Y'all, we're about to get some answers regarding that.
And this lady, she's everywhere on TikTok. Everywhere. And she's constantly putting stuff out there that's just not worth saying sometimes. That CETO call, though, guys, I don't know about the CETO call yet. I'm everywhere with that. That CETO call it could be legit. I don't know. I think a lot of people are questioning whether or not it's doctored still or not. I don't know. I don't think that that's really been determined yet, but some people will argue in chat that, yeah, they debunked it. It's not true. I don't think they've debunked that yet. Hold on. The enhanced CETO call. Matter of fact, I don't even think I need to even look for her video. I think I know a guy who's always, the Big Kish guy always plays the lady that we listen to. Matter of fact, we'll run that. We'll just do Big Kish. I'll show you Big Kish's video with her in it. Let me go to Big Kish real quick. I think it's Big Kish. All right, hold on.
This is a good one, y'all.
All right, check this out. She really thinks she really has like the tea to it. That's what just kills me sometimes. And it's like, for real, you didn't figure out anything.
Make sure you subscribe. Check this out, y'all.
Y'all, not Mr. Bobs came through with the tea and told us that Snapchat sends all of their users every 4th of July a happy 4th of July message, text message, whatever it is. You don't believe me? Let him tell you.
You gotta laugh at how stupid y'all are. So Snapchat
will send you a text every holiday. Happy 4th, the whole thing. Y'all deleted that.
Because I know how y'all are is where's the proof? Here's the proof. I dropped it in chat and this is what he said.
Let's take a look at it. Yeah, we do know Snapchat does do this for not only just the holiday events, but days like, you know, just days that you've developed a lot of memory on. It's not just holidays.
That we got the proof in the pudding. I think y'all deleted some stuff out the Snap, out of the phone. I think y'all really did. Warren, you said he didn't take anything. He didn't. Your words. But have a great day, because that was some tea right there.
Here's the problem.
For real? Seriously? For real? That was tea? Seriously? For real? Run it back.
That Snapchat sends all of their users every 4th of July a happy 4th of July message, text message, whatever it is. You don't believe me? Let him tell you.
You gotta laugh at how stupid y'all are. So Snapchat will send you a text every holiday. Happy 4th, the whole thing. Y'all deleted that.
Because I know how y'all are is where's the proof? Here's the proof. I dropped it in chat and this is what he said. That we got the proof in the pudding. I think y'all deleted some stuff out the Snap, out of the phone. I think y'all really did. Warren, you said he didn't take anything. He didn't. Your words. But have a great day, because that was some tea right there.
So anyway, first of all, lady, calm down. Relax. First of all, calm down, okay? Calm down. That was not some tea. There are people like Warren who have a life to live. You do not know whether or not these boys are innocent or guilty. You're proven innocent until proven guilty, okay? Relax, chill out. That was not tea. And first of all, you said, I think, like 3 times, okay? If you think, you do not know, okay? We love the entertainment, but come on now. Seriously, that is not tea. Snapchat sends notification, or they send you, it's not just holidays that they send you certain events that you've had on your phone pertaining to pictures or photos. If you did videos every 14th of July for like 3 years straight, you're going to get something for that. So the moment you go into Snapchat, it's going to have the specific dates of specific, like on today. Like if I go to Snapchat on today, it's going to show all of the videos that I did on this day from all the years that I've done things on this day. That's how Snapchat is. Right when you go into Snapchat, it shows the dates and everything. So it's going to give you all of the dates. So for today specifically, I go to Snapchat, it's going to show all my dates or my date, I'm sorry, specifically for today. Through any year I did something on this specific day. That's how Snapchat is. So yeah, you're going to know if something was deleted on July 4th. But you're not going to know, you're really not going to know. You're not going to know because Snapchat doesn't show you what you deleted. That's the problem with Snapchat. You can't see your deleted history on Snapchat. So not necessarily would you know that something was deleted unless it was sent through a text message. That's the only way you would know. You could see, the history in the chats to see, if somebody spoken to somebody and sent anything to them. But you have a choice on Snapchat. I could either send you a photo or video that deletes, and after you watch it 2 times, it's going to delete itself and you can't watch it again. Or I can send a video and make it stay. So you can keep that in your history forever or however long you want to keep it. Your Snapchat, you customize your Snapchat to how you want it to be. That's how Snapchat works. So if you send me a picture, depending on how you send it, I may be able to save that. Also, if you screenshot my photo, Snapchat is going to tell me that you screenshotted my photo or whatever the case may be like that. But I mean, Snapchat is all, it's different. You could also set up your text messages to delete after like 24 hours. People don't realize that on Snapchat. I don't know if his mom knows that, but a lot of people have their Snapchat set up to where that whole thing deletes within 24 hours. See, I have a friend here on Snapchat here, and this is where it shows all of our history. Okay, so we have all of our history in Snapchat. Okay, we'll go to another friend here. Let's see. My best friend. Okay, of course we keep all of our history in here. Everybody's Snapchat's different though. You'll have some people that you go on their Snapchat, nothing will be there because that's how they have it set up. That's my brother. So on my brother's Snapchat, his is set up to where everything just deletes. After he sends stuff to me, it automatically deletes. It doesn't save. But I could also scroll up on Snapchat to make it save. So if you send me something, and depending on how he sends it, I could scroll up to save it. But if Nolan has his Snapchat set up to where whatever he sends or receives to delete automatically, then that's what's going to happen. And his mom doesn't know that. You know, she would need to go through the settings to see how he has his Snapchat set up. And guess what? You can manage your chat in Snapchat all individually for each specific person. It doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, your entire chat. You know, it could be specific to certain people. Well, when he texts me, I want it to delete right away. Set it up. Boom. You can change the settings to that. Whatever you want to change the settings to, I'll show you. Go to settings here. I'm going to click on my friend here. Go to his profile. Chat notifications and settings. Okay. There's the setting right there at the bottom. It's my best friend right here. See if y'all can see this. Hold on. Look. Delete chats after 24 hours after viewing. Keep snaps in chat. You have that. You hold that option however you want to do it for each individual person. They're just trying to get somebody to crack. They're trying to get people to, like, you know, I think that they're trying to get somebody to come forward when there might not be nothing. That's why no one's talking or saying anything. That could be why no one's talking or saying anything, because no one really knows. Because he may have just stayed on this island and drowned. He could have. But I don't know. We don't know what happened to Nolan. But he definitely could have stayed on this island and drowned, for sure. And if he has his Snapchat set up like this for reasons like parents that always check through your phone, if you have a very strict parent who checks through your phone, your kids are going to set up their phone like this. You better believe it. No one's going to keep stuff in their Snapchat if they know their parents are checking it and you're doing stuff you probably shouldn't be doing on there. Not saying that Nolan did, but I'm just saying, you know, these kids are smart. They're not dumb. So if he's talking about drugs and stuff like that in his Snapchat, of course he's going to set it to delete automatically in 24 hours or however, he decides to do it. But I just wanted to show people that because some people don't understand how Snapchat works. But yeah, that's how it works. If he was rejected, he could have got pissed. Probably so. Yeah, for sure. Indeed. Chris, she's 15. Where were we at? Too much social media apps. There really is though, and I don't really use Snap like that. I really don't go on Snap that much anymore as I used to. I used to use Snap a lot. A lot of the times when I use Snapchat, I just do it to take photos. So if I'm doing like a video in the car and I want to do a personal video, and I want to do like a video with music playing, I usually do it on Snapchat. Just because it's the more easier app to navigate when it comes to like doing like music videos or whatever for me. So anyway. So yeah, I'm literally on Snapchat right now, and today's the 26th, so it's all automatically showing at the top everything I did on the 26th from 8 years ago. That's how long I've been on Snapchat. 8 years, probably 10. I don't know, but from 8 years ago, it's showing every single thing I did for the most part, or everything that I posted. Not everything you did 8 years ago, everything that you posted. So if you made that, whatever it was, your story, that's what's going to show up. So you put a story on the 26th, last year, the year before that, 2000, whatever it was, that's all going to show up on your story for any time that you posted a story on whatever day it is, which is cool. I like Snap. Snap is dope. And then that's what keeps you kind of entertained with Snapchat too, because you'll be like, oh man, I remember that day. Wow. Oh man, I looked so good then. Now look at me. You reminisce. Snap is like a reminiscing app for me. Like you reminisce on your old times. That's why I enjoy Snap more than anything, because you get to look at stuff from so many years ago. And it pops up right away. You don't have to go looking for it. It provokes you to go looking for it because you see other videos from years ago. Wait, where's the delete automatically? I'm going to search my daughter's phone before I wake up for school. I'll show you. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. I'm going to show y'all real quick. I'll move the camera. Hold on. All right. So you're going to go into your Snap. Boom. You're going to click on the profile of the person. Click on the person's name. I believe you're going to click these three little, maybe. Yeah. So you click the three little dots. All right. So let me go back real quick. All right, so you click on the person from the message box. Then you click on the person's name again, hit the 3 little dots. Then you're going to go to chat, notifications, or whatever that said. Excuse me, let's go back. Chat and notifications, excuse me. So you're going to click on that. And then that's where you would do it like that. So because we keep all of our conversations recorded, me and my best friend, there's no need for me to click on that, but you could click on it and have them delete. Or you could also clear the feed. That's what would be easy too. You can clear the whole entire chat feed and it would be gone. You will not know nothing. That's why the digital evidence is important. Because they're going to be able to dig up all that information. You could also click on keep snaps in chat, so snaps will stay in the chat for 24 hours after being viewed. And like I said, a lot of times with the photos, you know, depending on how you send them, a lot of times with the photos, you can only view them twice. So once you review it the second time, the chat automatically, the photo or video automatically deletes. So that would no longer appear once you viewed it twice. Yeah. And she specifically was talking about Snapchat more so than anything, but she did refer to apps. It wasn't just Snapchat. She was referring to other places too. So I don't know what other social media accounts that, you know, Christine was talking about, but I mean, she was talking about other apps. All right, chat. Hey, much love, Tasha. I appreciate that. Do we even get any likes tonight? Chat, we only got 2 likes tonight. That's crazy. I'm joking. The Discord, I'll try to post it in chat. Give me a sec. I gotta get active on Discord, guys. I'm gonna be honest, I really don't be in the Discord chat. But it is helpful if you want to try to find and reach out to somebody that you may see in chat. It is helpful. And then, like, you know, even finding out certain things on other channels, it's helpful.
He didn't take anything. He didn't. Your words. But have a great day, because that was some tea right there.
Here's the problem with the DA's last statement on the Nolan Wells investigation. If you read it fast, or you're not a lawyer or a former prosecutor like me, you may have missed it. So let me show you. Right after Nolan's family's lawyers published letters they sent to her office, the DA told the press she doesn't have the same freedom as private individuals. People, she says, may publicly adopt a narrative and choose one fact over another, who may be able to control what bits of information they share, and whether it's in context, twisted, or misconstrued. I totally get that sometimes the DA can't publicly comment on an active investigation, but that's not all she said. The problem is the timing, the framing, and the selectivity with which the DA chooses to engage the media. You know when she was silent? When attorney Tyler Cox went on the Dan Abrams show with the narrative that the victim's family wasn't cooperating with her office. Crickets when Judge Ashley Cole, an elected judge with additional obligations under the judicial conduct rules, publicly shared bits of information surrounding an active investigation. But now, when the victim's family tries to clear up confusion, she decided it was time to go to the press and talk about misconstruing facts and choosing narratives. Only when Nolan's family's lawyers speak up. She says public commentary doesn't make a speaker transparent. But what is transparent is how questionable law enforcement's engagement has been with the victim's family. You know, the people who loved and raised Nolan. The people who just want answers.
Y'all, look at this. Do y'all see this? This was about an hour ago. But didn't Reverend Al Sharpton already tell y'all that he challenges, and now he's telling y'all right here that he welcomes this alleged litigation, because he said now that he can get the truth. You know, he's been telling y'all, he told y'all that on at the funeral, and he says apparently while he was doing the visual on Nolan's birthday, he said that he didn't say, he doesn't know anyone's name or was specific, but he said 3 of those boys logged into the Zoom, because I guess they must have been Zooming the vigil, and they logged into it, and he said that he would appreciate for them to come forward. How is that defamation when he's asking questions? We all have the right to ask questions. But anyways, you see what he said right here? It's about to get messy, y'all.
Yeah, but you're not asking questions. You're making assumptions, and that's not cool. Like, you're really like saying, like, you think, like, she's like so confident that she knows that these boys are truly guilty, and that's sad. Then this is the reason why people are like the way they are about these boys. This is the reason why these boys have a hard time, you know, with their freedom right now. If people would just have patience and wait for the outcome of situations, period, not only would people live better lives, but the community would be a safer and better place. You got to understand that you're putting people's cities and other places at risk of outburst, you know, just like Rodney King. I use that for example all the time. You're literally messing up a city that could become a better place. You should never even poke the bear when it comes to bringing history back that once was. If that history comes back, then it comes back. But don't try to light the fire. Don't light the fire, okay? Let someone else light the fire. Let the situation play itself out, and let that situation light the fire. But all these people throwing these false narratives out there is like lighting the fire without any conclusion, and that's just crazy. You can't do that. That's not right. You think what you think, have a strong thought, whatever, but you gotta let people know, like, look, I don't know for sure this is the case, but I'm really starting to think, you know, like, just let people know, like, these people really come online like, these boys, y'all gonna get in trouble. You just watch. These boys are gonna get caught. This is not a movie. This is real life. This is not a movie. People, I don't know if people think this is a game or what, but this is like this is not nothing to play with. It's more serious than that. It's a lot more serious than that.
I'm just...
Y'all go ahead and screenshot, read it, See, what people fail to realize is that Reverend Al Sharpton is well connected. When you got somebody that's been in the game as long as him, he is not to be messed with, y'all.
Y'all remember on July 27th when...
So this girl hasn't got in trouble or anything. This is the girl who did the audio. And again, as far as I know, it has not been debunked. It has not been said that it's truly been doctored.
Brandon Tatum shared the breaking news, which was supposedly the evidence of the young adults on the boat being towed, right? If you don't remember, let me show you right quick.
And you see already, like, before she even says what she says, I can already tell that she's biased. Right off the rip. I can already tell she's biased and she does not believe that these boys could be innocent. I can just tell. I ain't even heard what she said yet.
I remember on July 27th when Brandon Tatum shared the breaking news, which was supposedly the evidence.
And these are people really trying to convince, not just putting out a story like, you know, this could be true. Like, no, these are people like literally trying to convince people that these boys are in or guilty. Like, come on, man.
Of the young adults on the boat being towed, right? If you don't remember, let me show you right quick. More importantly, let me make sure we all see the date.
July 27th.
How is it that at this latest interview, that same exact evidence is now evidence of them on the phone with Cito?
I just want to make this very clear and abundantly clear for the audience. Are you saying that the video that I posted, which is like a 3-second loop, now I have a lot more of the video, but to not expose people that have nothing to do with this, I only posted the part, the smaller part, the 3-second part.
Corner, good to know. Thanks for sharing
during that time, a portion of that, why it was on the phone with Cito, so a portion of that is the Cito call, and that Nolan is not on that boat.
Correct. Which one is it? How can the same set of photos and videos be used as evidence or proof of two different things? How is it also evidence of them being on the phone with Cito, calling for a tow, needing a tow, while also being towed?
Calm down, man. And the guy, he's biased too, for sure. I like him and everything, but he definitely, like, he only promotes the videos that are trying to convince people that these boys are guilty.
Make it make sense. See, the difference between me and Tatum is I've been transparent and honest since day one.
You put out, Brandon, that a clip of the boat when Wyatt was on the phone with Cito.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking.
But this girl's all she's. I mean, it's questionable. I mean, she definitely doesn't just literally just kind of throw things out there. I mean, it is something to think about. She does get your mind thinking for sure. And I can't certainly say that at this very moment they're on the phone with Cito. I can honestly say that I do not like the way they're standing around the boat. I don't understand the point of that. I guess maybe because he's trying to get the line set up and he doesn't want anybody to be in the way of the line, and maybe the line could possibly hurt somebody, which could be why they're standing around it the way they are. Let's continue.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
You can literally almost see down to the deck.
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
And as you can see in that picture, Everybody is completely casual while Wyatt's on the phone with Cito. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay, so that's a problem. If your boat is sinking, guys, no one should be casual. In fact, everybody should have their life jackets on. Okay? If you are at risk of going down, and I've always said this because one thing I've mentioned, if they were actually on Horn Island like they said they were, then obviously they shouldn't have been in fear, of anything besides losing the boat. But there are many people around that could help if you're on the island. But the fact that they then later mentioned that they were a quarter of a mile away changes things. It changes everything almost. Well, not everything, but a lot of things. So that's a little odd to me, I have to say. We'll run it back.
And as you can see in that picture, everybody is completely casual while Wyatt's on the phone with Cito.
So no one should be casual while they're on the phone with Cito. Okay, that's a little misleading, but we'll continue.
Yeah. Boldly clear that Nolan was not on the boat with us.
If we were sinking, yes. Oh, we're not aground. We are in. If we were sinking, yes.
Okay, so he's sounding like it's all over. If you listen to what he's saying, and this is legitimate audio, we can't assume that it is. However, if you listen to his exact words that he is saying, though, he does say we were sinking. He does not say we are sinking, as in we need help right now. It sounds like by the time he's got on the phone with Cito, I mean, at some moment in the call, they got it all under control. But initially, they were in a panic because, the boat was sinking. But Warren stating in this interview that they were casual when I feel like they should all be panicking. Perhaps they're not really on the actual island, according to Warren's statement.
If we were sinking, yes. Oh, we're not aground. We are in 17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
Another reason why they're not on the island, because of the fact that they are in 31 feet of water. Okay, they did explain that surrounding the area of Horn Island, there are drop-off points. Okay, but I think you do dock at some point, like you can pull up to a part of the island where you're not right there at the drop-off point where your boat can kind of just sit somewhat on land. I don't know how they do it. However, I would suppose that, they obviously all connect to one another's, each other's boat to kind of dock. But I do believe that there are certain parts of the island they could kind of pull the boat onto, so that way they're not just above deep waters, if that makes sense.
If we were sinking, yes. Oh, we're not aground. We are in 17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
We're in 31 freaking feet of water, lady. Get out of here. Listen, bruh. They want this story to die down so much, but we got to refresh in their minds. Janetta Brantley has a TikTok, y'all, and it's underscored that girl Netta. Watch what she say for all the people that are saying she forged that audio.
Yeah, so I don't know if anybody was docked on shore, but I'm saying that I from what I could see in some of these pictures, some of these boats were pulled on to actual shore. They weren't all the boats weren't just sitting above water, is what I'm saying. But then for those that were, I think especially for these guys' boats, they were tied together. I guess I've never been on a boat. I don't know too much about boats, but from what I could see and what I observed, that they were tied together to, I guess, keep them from moving or whatever. I don't know what that's for. I guess that's what I would assume that it's for. But I believe that these boats were, some of these boats were, from what I could see in the pictures, were like pulled onto shore, somewhat to, obviously keep them from moving. But I don't think their boats specifically were pulled onto shore. But I don't think that they were above 31-foot water. I don't think you would be above 31-foot water when you're near shore. I think once you go out a little bit, that's when it drops off, or certain parts surrounding the island drop off, because you can see it's shallow in certain areas. So you can kind of see that it is deep in certain areas when you're looking at the island.
From the CHIME call. Check this out, y'all.
If I supposedly used magic AI or some other Hollywood level audio trickery on a publicly available recording, I got a couple of questions. First, where exactly did I get everyone's voices from if I've never met or heard any of those young adults before? One. And two, and most importantly, how did I randomly invent the name Bart? I'd never heard that name connected to this case before.
She has a good point.
So according to the conspiracy theory, I not only fabricated voices out of thin air, I also somehow guessed the name of someone who was allegedly there. That's not audio engineering. That's psychic powers or something. And at some point, the explanation requires more imagination than the audio ever did.
Your girl is actually getting some rest today. And
So I think this is the island. I took a picture of it. I saved a picture of it. I've had this picture for probably a couple months now. You can see the certain parts surrounding the island, which is the majority of it. I'm assuming that far end over there is the northern end that's going deeper into the ocean from what it looks like. Is that the end you don't want to be on. But for some of these areas, where you could kind of see it kind of light surrounding the shore, I think that the boats could pull there and not be prone to being where it does drop off. I'd say right, and I guess I would have to pull out my pointer, but where it appears to be lighter blue in those areas, I'm assuming. But don't quote me on it, I don't know. When it started, Bart said he was not there that day. Comes to find out he was. Yeah. That's why for me personally, I'm going to be honest, guys. That's why I think that the audio is legitimate, because we're not going to find out Bart's name because all certain little things came out once this audio came out. So that's why I don't know how people are overlooking this. No, that audio's fake. Well, if it's fake, then how the heck do we know about Bart? How are there these certain little things that we didn't know about coming to light? Like she's saying, apparently I'm psychic then, because there's no way that all these people that these people came out after the fact. Now, according to the FBI agents and digital forensic examiners, they've publicly warned the viral enhanced clips are misleading and should not be trusted. A retired FBI agent said that the original recording shows no signs of foul play, and that the enhanced version add nothing credible to conspiracy theories. So forensic specialists say that the enhanced audio circulating online introduce artifacts, distort speech, and can make people hear words that aren't actually present. But that doesn't mean some of the words that we heard are not true. That just means some of the words excuse me, that doesn't mean that all of the words that we heard are not true, but that could very much so mean that some of the things that we're hearing in the audio are not true. Forensic specialists said that the enhanced audio circulating online introduce artifacts, distort speech, and can make people hear words that aren't actually present. Experts emphasize that captions added by creators strongly influence what listeners think they hear, and we've heard that a lot. So it means that the enhanced audio is not. It means that it means that the enhanced audio is not debunked, but the claims people make based on it are not supported by forensic evidence. So what the original CETO audio actually shows is the original unedited recording released by Mississippi authorities is a boat taking on water, a caller urgently requesting towing assistance, 7 people on board, no audio signs of violence or criminal activity according to investigators and analysis. And this is the only version investigators consider legitimate. Why the enhanced audio causes confusion? Well, the enhanced audio often creates false clarity. People hear patterns that aren't real. Noise reductions can invent or reshape sounds. Viral versions often include on-screen captions. And it states listeners to hear specific phrases, as we just went over here. Janetta Brantley is her name, and she says that she insists that she did not use AI and only applied traditional cleanup tools, as she continues to say, as we heard. But she also admits her transcript is her interpretation, not a factual declaration. So even she says listeners should not treat her version as a definitive. So, bottom line, original audio equals real and verified. Enhanced audio, not debunked, but not reliable. Okay? So there's a little twist there. I'll say it one more time. Original audio, real and verified. Enhanced audio, not debunked, but not reliable. Experts say the viral interpretations are not supported by forensic evidence. So investigators do not consider the enhanced clips meaningful evidence. But that does not mean what we're hearing for everything in that audio is not all real. But for some things that we're hearing in the audio are real. And I have to say, with that being said, at least the Bart part of it is real. I'm not going to sit here and say that is he breathing, check his chest. Yeah, I'm not going to say any of that's real. But what I would add to that as far as the enhanced audio is if Nolan's on that boat, because I do think that the part that they're yelling Nolan is real. There should be no reason why they're yelling his name. If he is not on that boat, there should be absolutely no reason anybody's yelling Nolan's name, especially a quarter of a mile away from Horn Island. Yeah. But all that other stuff, I don't know about all that. But yeah, I will say those two specific things that I said are legitimate parts of the enhanced audio. Because I still hear them calling him in the original. But I don't hear the check his chest part and all that crap. They do need common sense, though. I'm tired of people pushing race into this specific situation. With that, how would he have drowned? Good question, Sam. Good question. I don't know. I don't know even if he drowned. I'm not going to lie. What comes to my mind a lot, and this is just me being honest, and it's just me giving you what I think about sometimes or wonder. And one of the things that I wonder sometimes is if Nolan could have been taken back out to the island. meaning something happened to him afterwards or in the process of them leaving, and he was taken back out to the island at some point throughout that night to make it look like he never left. And I'm not saying that happened. I don't think that happened. I'm just saying that that's a thought that crosses my mind. If this was the case of no foul play. And just for the record, I think of this in all directions. Some days I'm strong about this being a drowning. Some days I'm strong about there being a possibility that he was killed. And some days I'm strong about the fact that this could have been an accident. And they don't want to say anything, so they're trying to cover their butts and cover this up. But I don't know. But I do everything impossible way of something happening in this situation crosses my mind is what I'm saying. But I never can come to conclusion on what I really think happened to Nolan. Until we get to the bottom of this, until I know enough factual information to the point where this points, whatever it is, points at what happened to him, I won't say that. I won't say I won't be able to say or be strong about what really happened in a sense of me knowing I know what happened. I think Carter was a hothead. Who is Carter? Yeah. Nelson says that's me. Hey, good morning, Chantel. Thanks so much for stopping by and tuning in. As a whole, it's definitely not accidental to me. A lot of people are strong about that. Yeah. I'm everywhere with it, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know what to think.
Was getting some rest today.
Like I said, I think this could go any direction at this point. I can't say, guys. I really don't. I don't like the way certain things were handled, though, because I don't like the fact that people were
And they sent me to
under the impression that people were responsible for this right away. I don't like the way the parents went about this right off the rip instead of just gathering information first. I don't like Javon's mom's attitude and how she handles stuff in these situations. I do feel like Javon is the closest friend to Nolan Wells, Tristan being probably the second closest, because I think Tristan was honest for the most part. I really can't think of anything that Tristan lied about. Especially when it came to the fact that he knows his parents and they know each other well enough to know who he is or who each other are. Now, as far as Tristan being Nolan's best friend, I would have to respectfully say they are not best friends. I don't feel that. I don't see that. But I think him and Nolan Wells were close enough to do anything together. My favorite story I like listening to that's a part of the story is when they went to the house. Where I like analyzing that with Javon's mom, because that really, to me, it really opened up my eyes to how, I don't even want to make this sound bad, but how ignorant they were going over to this house. But at the same time, you have to understand that they're in a panic to try to figure out where he's at, thinking that, look, he's somewhere and we're going to find him. But they were thinking he was dead and they were going to find him at Jack's house, or either Wyatt's or Warren's house. So I like hearing that interview she did, and I don't know who this was with, where she was caught on the phone talking to somebody. I wish I knew who conducted that interview, or where she spoke when she did.
And they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone that supposedly was in his truck or whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that. But I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister. Outside somewhere. They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start, because Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth. So my son, Jalen, was like, hey, you better watch your tone. Like, don't get smart, my mama.
Right.
Because we trying to see what Nolan, because we trying to figure out why y'all see y'all ass up here chilling and Nolan missing. So that's when I asked again, where's the phone? She's gone. That's when he told me she was going to get it. I said, oh, she must have to go back to Horn out of the truck outside. Now, mind you, we had to pass all the cars to walk in the house. It's just it's a bunch of lies. I don't feel the need to, like I said, when they go to the mentioning Javon, I'm going to say and stand up behind mine every single time. As far as me and that nudge and shit, I don't feel the need to explain anything to any of y'all. And
who recorded this? Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Who recorded this? Like, who was she sitting down and interviewing this when she did this? Like, was this before the actual interview that they actually did? And the biggest questions I would have right now is, what was the reason they took down the video with Javon from TMZ? And what was the other reason that they took down the other video that they did when they sat down with the people? I can't remember what news station that was on, but they had sat down the mom, Christine, and I believe the lawyer and the lady doing that interview. I want to figure that out real quick. I think this was on it was on CNN. If you guys can find that whole interview, let me know. I don't think that interview is anywhere to be found. They also took the CNN interview down, and they also took down the interview with TMZ. Those two videos are gone. You can only find bits and pieces from people's videos that they've done. So why they took those down is what I would like to know. What did Javon do in these videos to provoke them to take these videos down? They added to it and took stuff out of the audio juice. For what? You're talking about the CETO? Yeah, TMZ, it states TMZ aggressively protects his footage. And it states that platforms flag them for harassment or targeted abuse, accuse him of lying, call him a suspect, imply he's involved in Nolan Wells' death, use inflammatory captions. It says legal pressure from families and attorneys, sent intent sue letters, threatened defamation actions, requested removal of misleading content. What? He's hiding something, he's lying, he knows what happened, and lawyers can request to take him down. And that's why they took it down. Wow. It doesn't state why they took down the CNN video. It states that any creators who upload the full segment, long clips, or even short excerpts without commentary gets hit with copyright takedowns. CNN is one of the networks. Yeah, I don't know what it's talking about. But it doesn't really state why the CNN version got taken down. And if you're not familiar with the CNN version, that's going to be this one right here, where they show them touching shoulders, where she touched his shoulder because he had
What did she want?
because he said the wrong thing. Like there was something that she didn't want him to say, that he said. And people can argue all they want that he hit, they were just moving around, so that's why she hit his shoulder like that. No. This lady is sassy. I can read her like a book, dang near. I can tell she is not somebody you want to be messing around with. She can get ignorant real quick. I've been around a lot of black people my entire life. And I could just see it in her face that this lady does not handle situations very good. And in fact, the father had to make her get out the house because she would not chill out. And it's his situation, not hers. But she bursted into that door, which was not called for. But I get it. I understand the situation, so I don't blame her for it. But that's just not how you do stuff.
And this is her asking the question. And look at the mother's face. She's already wrinkling her face because she's like, "Oh Lord, what am I going to do now?" And there's the nudge. Let's rewind that nudge back once again. You see that? That's unmistakable. One more time.
Right.
You said,
and then follows the double, triple blinking right after. So if you look at the face as well, none of that occurs any other time during this interview. Right after the nudge, it's a double blink, triple double blink, because Javon said something that he shouldn't have said when he was asked a question.
Seeing him at all that day? On a different boat. Do you recall seeing him at all that day?
Yes, ma'am. I did see him when I was out there on the island.
Did y'all see that?
Seeing him at all that day?
Yes, ma'am. I did see him when I was out there on the island.
Did y'all?
And she wanted to be able to say something so bad. She's smiling nice, but as soon as that question hits, that smile's gone.
On a different boat. Do you recall seeing him at all that day?
Even the lips.
Yes, ma'am. I did see him when I was out there on the island.
Did y'all see that?
Yeah, so anyway, that was weird to me. I don't know what that was about.
And look at the mother's face. She's already wrinkling her face because she's like, "Oh Lord, what am I going to do now?" And there's the nudge. Let's rewind that nudge back once again. You see that? That's unmistakable. One more time. He said, "I did see him on the island." One more time. We're going to play this in slow motion real quick. Boom.
She almost looked at him. She almost even looked at him.
Boom. One more time, just in case you missed it. Boom. And so,
yeah, I don't know, chat. I don't know. Anyways, guys. He was told what to say and his mom had a narrative. Yeah, something for sure. Sons look just like her. Yeah, they look like twins, right? I was thinking the same thing. You read my mind, actually. Guys, I want to thank you guys all for chiming in and being here tonight. I got work in about 3 hours. Much love to all you guys coming through, showing love and support and hanging out with me here tonight. We've been live for like 6 hours. I did not expect to go live this long, but hey, I just wanted to hang out today and have an open discussion and just talk about everything that we've been covering. I will see you guys tomorrow. Much love, guys. Everyone enjoy their beautiful Wednesday morning. It has been a pleasure this Tuesday evening hanging out with you guys all. Stay blessed, stay prayed up. God bless you all, guys. Shouts to all these wonderful people tuning in tonight. I'll see you guys all in the next one, guys.
Yeah. We won't bow down.
Peace.
Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise.